listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Insights by Janita with Janita Francis. Live from InsightsByJanita.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Insights by Janita
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi everyone, and welcome to Insights by Janita Francis for another exciting week. We are personally, as Aussies, absolutely ecstatic today because it has been raining in Sydney all morning. I woke this morning to the rumbling sound. I thought it was my stomach and I needed to eat something, but no, in fact it was thunder, which I thought, okay, that usually means in Australia, if you haven't been here, that it's going to be stinking hot and everyone's going to be melting first. But we actually had rain right in with it at the same time, which is amazing, and it's been steady rain. So because we're so dry at the moment, we run the risk of flooding if it comes down a bit too heavy. So it's been nice, steady, soft rain. We've had a couple of heavier falls, but it's softening up all the grass. So we're on a 1/4 of an acre here, so I can see new shoots coming through already, which is just amazing. It's really, really cool. So couldn't wait to share that with you. If you've been watching me in particular, or any of us Aussies on Moonstruck TV and A1R Radio, talking about our fires at the moment and how dry we all are. It'd be nice to have a reprieve, and we've certainly got it. So thank you everyone for your prayers, affirmation, your dances, your rain chants, and anything else that you may have thrown into the mix to make sure that we got the exact thing that we needed. And it's actually so heavy in some parts that it's putting out the fires as well. So 3 cheers for Mother Nature being polite to us, which is good after she taught us a big lesson. So let's start today. Of course, I always have a couple of crystals with me. Today, it's very interesting. I've got a couple of altars, but the one that I work with mostly has got about between 200 and 300 crystals. Put it this way, I don't take them all out for every single moon. I do them in rotations. And what that actually means is that I've got an abundance of crystals that I can choose from. And when I was having a look, saying, okay, I'm going on Moonstruck today, what do I need to have a look at? I actually zoned in on a clear quartz, which is probably not the prettiest of ones. It's a healing stone though, okay? So it cleanses, it heals, it puts everything back into alignment. It's a very powerful stone. Now, the interesting thing about picking up the clear quartz is I also picked up a rose quartz. Now, this is for unconditional love. So whoever our caller or callers are today, they're coming through, they're needing to release some cleansing, some purging. This is also for anybody that's watching or listening right now or in the future. It's about self-nurturing and using the right words and looking after ourselves and showing ourselves some unconditional love and being kind to ourselves and letting go of past hurts, letting go of anything that no longer served us, all those sorts of things that happen with the healing, and you're dealing with the love crystal in particular. And then, of course, I've always got one of my trusty celestial quartz of some description. So this is started off a very different colour than what it is now, and it just absorbs energy as it goes along. So I actually love it. Too big to put in my bra, as I've mentioned before. So that one just goes in my handbag or sometimes in my back pocket, which I need to remember before I sit down. Okay, let's have a look at a collective reading. So what I want to do with this is have a look at what the energy is around at the moment and what we can do to support that. So that means looking at our chakras and our alignments and where to focus our energy so we can actually make sure that we're optimizing the way we approach the current energy or the current frequency, or perhaps being able to deal with it a little bit differently. So let's get cracking, and I'll stop nattering along. Generally, when I shuffle, somebody throws something at me, so we'll see what happens. had a very clear break. That's a nice one. Okay, it's all about you at the moment. It's really nice. Okay, this is all about you, how you feel about things, in particular your finances, your family, self-belief patterns. No wonder I picked up those two stones. So this is all about, and the fact that the first house came out, the first house is the house of self, okay? And then you've got Leo, which is all about focusing on the importance of self-belief. So once again, talking to ourselves kindly, instead of saying, does my bum look big in this, say, my bum looks fantastically big in this. Those sorts of things. It's changing perceptions on how you do things. Finances, your assets, your properties, your materialistic things are coming under scrutiny for you at the moment. I know that is a lot of people most of the time, but in particular at the moment, you're really thinking about what you're going to do. The fact that your self cards have come out first, sorry about that, that means to me that your finances, you're thinking about shifting things up in your life and how that impacts your finances. So if you chuck your job and you don't want to do that particular job, how quickly will you find another job in order to pay your mortgage and your bills and keep your lifestyle going the way it is, those sorts of things, okay? So everything's coming under fire for you at the moment. So the fact that these have popped up along with the crystals, now we're just going to have a little look at our cog. Our cog is a chakra, but we're machines. So we have cogs in our machine to make us work properly. We're going to have a split. Oh, they're not splitting the cards. There we go. Oh, this is all about psychic development. So this is brilliant. What this means is that you should trust your intuition at this time. So while you're talking to yourself, while you're getting those feelings about what to do next, how am I going to best protect my assets, how am I going to best protect my materialistic things, my career, my finances, all of that sort of stuff, you need to trust your gut, trust in the messages that are coming through to you. And don't take it so seriously. I know it's a serious subject, but if it's all serious all the time, it takes the fun out of it, and we don't want to do it. And we need to be able to look at self-growth, self-development, changes in life in a little bit of a playful manner, because otherwise we won't do it because it's uncomfortable for us. So poke fun at yourself. Enjoy the fact that you're on a journey. Of course, I'm always available for personal readings. If you do get stuck or you need some coaching or mentoring, I'm able to facilitate that for you as well. So we'll just see how everything unfolds for you for the next little part. And we might go across to a caller and have a look. We've got Kate in Michigan. Hello, Kate.
Hi, how are you doing? Thanks for taking my call.
Okay. You're welcome. Thank you for calling in. How are you going?
I'm doing good. I'm doing a lot better. How are you doing?
Yeah, you've had a big shift in how you look at things too lately, just letting go of, how sometimes you can get on that little hamster wheel and it's really hard to break those thought patterns and those habits and what's going on for you. And sometimes you just need to, sometimes the universe gives us an illness, makes us, have the flu or get a 24-hour bug to make us stop in our tracks. And other times we see that little redirection that is required and we pause and we start taking stock of what we need to do. And I think that's what you've done for yourself. You've certainly made a few really interesting decisions this year that have paid off well for you. And I know that the dividends aren't obvious just yet, but they certainly will be. What are you doing in your career at the moment? I'm seeing some boxes, which generally means that there's change. The change is coming up. What are you doing for a living?
Well, I've been working part-time as a holistic health consultant, but I was doing a lot of healing because I had some odd things, and I kind of had to recover from that. So I'm hoping this year I'm feeling a lot better, and I'm hoping to start working more. But kind of like you said in the beginning, I think I was kind of on my hamster wheel, and it's hard for me to get off and focus. But I definitely am feeling that shift now and more prepared. But I'm still at the beginning of a lot of things kind of starting over.
Yeah, it's when you get in that state of, you know how sometimes we'll go back to that hamster wheel because it's a really cool analogy. Sometimes when you get in that state of going over and over things in your mind, it's really hard to step out of that. I think for you, last year, 2019 in particular, had a great growing year because you changed a lot of the way you were looking at things. It gave you time to pause and think about where you want to go to next, how you want to do things. And I think that this year, 2020, I mean, I know that you've just shared that one scenario, but I know there's been other, maybe not as severe scenarios, but you've had some pretty good opportunities to learn how resilient and how brave you are in your lifetime as well. So, you know, and we're sitting here having this conversation. So I know that you've had to change the way you look at things and step out a bit and remove yourself from that. But the rose quartz, you know, it just tells me all about loving yourself unconditionally and knowing that sometimes things happen to us that are not necessarily fair, but they certainly put us in a different spin. It changes the way we look at things, and I think that for you, being able to work through the challenges that you've worked through, especially in the last, I'm going to say 3 years. So that's been particularly different for you. How old are you now? Am I allowed to ask that? It's kind of important. I'm sorry.
These last 3 years, yes, these last 3 years I've just been working through a lot, and it's been, I would say, more difficult than before then. I turned 35 at the end of the year.
Sorry, could you tell me how old you were again?
Oh, I turned 35 at the end of last year.
Beautiful. Okay. All right. So you're coming into sort of like in astrological terms, you're coming into your midlife crisis as far as astrology is concerned. So you're kind of getting all of the yucky stuff out of the way, and you're building your wisdom and your experience and your life skills. And obviously, you know, some people have shared yucky stuff and challenges, and some people have super ones, like in your case. A lot of people experience different things to get them to that point, and the astrological pivot point, or that midlife crisis, where they can start using all of that experience and skills to be able to help other people on their paths. And I really feel like when you turn around about that 38, 39 period, something's just going to click inside your mind, and you're going to want to do more healing, more working with the public, really wanting to, they're saying speaking, motivational speaking, how you got through your trials and tribulations and your challenges, and you're going to be there. They keep bringing that success in. So you're going to be quite successful at that. You're a natural channeler. Did you know that you channel information? You're more claircognizant, which means that you just know stuff. Did you know that?
Yes, and I'm really into motivational speaking, and I really do like healing. I was doing a lot of healing work, and it was going very successful, but then I was a victim of a crime, and it was really hard for me to kind of just get things going after that. So I've gradually been getting there, but this year I'm hoping to be able to get back in that, like you're saying. So I definitely agree with that, and I would love that. That sounds great. I would love if that's what happened.
Yeah. And you know what? It's going to be a little bit scary for you because it's a healing process as well for us. You know, sharing our story sometimes can trigger emotions in us that we thought we had already dealt with. But the more we tell it, and the audience themselves sometimes, you know, if they're all in that frequency and all that shift, and there's a whole resonance that's going on between you as the speaker and the audience and who you're sharing your story with, and everything aligns, it's such a powerful moment. So you will have points where you're triggered and your tears will come, and it's important that you let them fall, because the people that you're sharing your story with and you're helping to heal, they want to see that authentic emotion, that raw emotion, that, you know, it's okay to still be dealing with stuff, and it's okay to still have this reaction. And I know that because you're so authentic in how you want to live your life, that you will have no trouble doing that. But from my own experience, I actually did a video earlier today, and I was talking about something that happened to me in my 20s, and I felt the tears sting at the back of my eyes, and I just let them well up in my eyes, and I let them fall, because it's important that people know that sometimes things don't leave you, and it's okay for you to still have a little bit of that pain and that memory. And that doesn't mean that you failed to heal fully. It just means that there's still some stuff there that you can work on. And for me, 20 years down the track, and for you 20 years down the track, that moment doesn't define me. It doesn't consume me, and it doesn't rent space in my mind. But when I recall it and when I share that story, those emotions come up. So when the time comes for you to share your stories and share your warrior, how you managed to overcome those obstacles and how you managed to get into your mindset of growth mindset instead of a fixed mindset, then prepare for all of those emotions to come up again. And it's actually really empowering. You're going to be very surprised. So healing is definitely a modality for you. You'll definitely do it with your voice and how you relay your story, and people will want to listen to you. So that's something that's coming up ahead for you as well. They're showing me earrings. Do you like to wear earrings, or you just like to collect them? What's going on with the earrings?
Well, I just started, I just got some new earrings, and I just started wearing more. Well, just this weekend I wanted to start wearing more earrings, and I was looking at some earrings at this holistic fair I went to this weekend too.
Right. So. Okay. So that's spirit letting you know that there's something in this about earrings that you just got to have a look around, see what they are. It's kind of, I don't know, it just makes you feel like your divine feminine is honoring your divine feminine, and there's a lot of power in the feminine, and we forget that because our power is in being quiet and being elegant and being eloquent, and it's not that brash power that we associate with being empowered. So for you, I'd love to see you up there doing your motivational speaking and showing people that through life's challenges, you can come out the other side and really be a stronger person for it as well. So can't wait to see you. Can't wait to see you up there. Want to see you on Oprah.
Oh, well, thank you. Thanks very much.
You're welcome. Is there anything else I can do for you, Kate?
I think that's it. I think I did get some confirmation there. And you have a really healing energy yourself. I can feel it through the phone. So thank you so much for that.
You're welcome. My pleasure. It was lovely to meet you. Take care of yourself.
Nice to meet you. Have a good evening. Bye-bye.
Take care. Bye-bye. I love this. You know what? I've been doing this job for such a long time, and I just love the people that you meet, the stories that you hear, being able to help people along their path, being able to learn about what you might be able to bring into your own path. Every single reading that I do, I walk away from feeling empowered, feeling like, I've learned something, I've exchanged something, I've supported someone, I've encouraged them, and in Kate's circumstance where she's just been through a lot that we didn't talk about, but I can tune in and feel. And for her to go through that, it's a horrific thing for anyone to go through anything like that whatsoever. And to come out the other side and want to be able to talk to people, and I can see that that's what's going to happen for her, because there's empowerment in sharing stories and talking to people and letting them know that there's no shame around some of the things that happen to you. And I know that I'm a medium, and I do a lot of the psychic stuff, and I have full use of the 8 clairs, and you'd think that I'd be smart when it comes to picking boyfriends. And I certainly got some really cool lessons from some previous boyfriends. And, you know, I'm giggling about it now and calling them cool lessons, but I think you can sense my sarcasm. And, you know, I can sit here and think about the time that that person did this, or the time that this person did that, or how I felt when this happened. Or I can sit here and go, I would never make another person feel like that. I would never do this to another person. I want to be able to teach other people how to put boundaries in place, how to love themselves fully, wholly, and holistically first. How to understand the concept of self-nurturing, and, you know, that how negative self-talk can be. It can be debilitating because it will hold you in that space of fear. And when you're in fear, you're paralyzed. You can't move forward. You have trouble making decisions. You have trouble putting your boundaries in place. So, you know, I take all those cool lessons and I look at them and I go, you know what? They're not defining who I am right now. I was always meant to be this person in this moment doing this right now. But they have enriched my life for the experiences. So when you come to me and you say I'm in a domestic violence situation and I don't know what to do, I have unfortunately lived that. I grew up in a domestic violence family. My first partner was extremely violent. And I can understand and resonate with your story, and you sharing your story with me and me sharing my story with you, and coming to healing terms and understanding that it's not my shame. I didn't do that to somebody else. Somebody did that to me, and it's not your shame. Somebody did that to you, and that it's okay to talk about it, and it's okay to let those tears fall, and you're not weak and you're not pathetic and all those other horrible things that people say to us. Enough time so we start to believe it, and then our boundaries get weakened and our self-belief gets weakened, and when those two things are weakened, we're putty in the hands of the abusers. So I take those lessons and I turn them into my motivation to talk to, teach, help, guide, mentor, coach, whatever it takes to be able to support people through those processes and through being a victim of crime, being a victim of abuse from a loved one or a family member, and all those things that, you know, we go through especially as empaths, because we are in alignment with sensitivity. So it's not in our nature to be violent. So unfortunately, we sometimes, our beautiful, bright beacon light attract people to the spotlight that we are, and they're not always the nicest of people. So boundaries are extremely important, and self-belief is extremely important, self-love is extremely important, and rose quartz in your bra or in your back pocket or in your undies or in your handbag, wherever you can readily get it. You can have it in jewelry. It is one of the sweetest crystals. It's quite pale, but it is really one for unconditional love and for bringing love into your life, to remind you. If you get one that's a little bit sharp and you stick it in your bra, every time you touch your bra or you move, it will stab you and remind you just how much you should be unconditionally loving yourself. So it's a bit of a two-prong approach, not the most comfortable. But it will remind you, it will, because we should be really looking after ourselves and making sure that our first love affair is with ourselves, so we understand where that bar is, where that boundary is, and what we expect of others that come along to offer love to us. And also, which is exactly what we needed for Kate, is the clear quartz, which is the healing. And Kate's healing herself. She's going to heal others. She's just going to pick up this beautiful gift of adversity that she's gone through and turn it around and use that as a motivation to help others and support others in their journeys as well. So Good on you, Kate. Can't wait to see what you're going to come up with, my darling. Okay, all right, guys. That's it from Janita Francis for this week for Moonstruck TV. It is always a pleasure coming here. It's always a pleasure taking your calls, and I look forward to them once again next week. If you'd like a private reading with me, please do so. You can catch me on Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, or Facebook. And as always, I'm super pumped. Private bookings as well. And coaching and mentoring. So all the details are on my website, www.insightbyjanita.com, and I look forward to seeing you all again next week. Thanks for your time. Take care and always shine your light brightly. Thanks for now.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Your Time to Shine with Julie Yeager-Walker. Live from Wings of Souls with Julie.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Your Time to Shine
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Your Time to Shine, a radio show designed to help you explore your own divine gifts. How are you, everyone? I have been on a little bit of a hiatus for the last 6 weeks, trying to recover from a pretty nasty illness and juggling some family turmoil and issues on top of that. So it's been a really interesting few weeks, but I am back and I am ready to talk with you and hear what you all have to say. So we just came off of Thanksgiving week here in the U.S. and, Thanksgiving, all about being thankful, being with friends and family, and all the great things that go along with that. And, that brought me to kind of not only what I've been dealing with in my personal life, but then Thanksgiving on top of that made just this great topic to talk about tonight. So as we go through life, we're going to hit bumps and hiccups along the way. Some of them are going to be a little more extreme than others. And some of them we're tearing our hair out. Some of them we slide right through, no big deal. But it's those times when things pile up. It's like, it seems to be like one thing after another, after another, after another. And pretty soon you feel like you have the weight of the world on your shoulders and you don't know how to crawl out from all of this, what seems to be bad luck and negativity. And I personally pride myself on being a very positive person in life. And it takes a lot to get me down. And so when I get to that point, it makes me stop and think about how I need to find more things to be grateful in life. Now that when you're that kind of far down, is so much easier said than done. I will be the first one to tell you, so much easier said than done. So what do you do when you find yourself in that spot? Because sometime during that peak of your life, you're going to find that. There's just going to be things that go on. How do you cope with that? How do you find the gratitude? How do you come back to that space? And I have to tell you, I had to dig really, really, really deep, probably deeper than I have ever had to dig in my life. And so it really made me aware of some of the things that helped me get through that. Now, what are some of those things, you ask? So, I did a lot of meditation when I could. Now, granted, I was sick a good portion of that time, so trying to meditate was not my thing. But once I kind of got out of that and I was feeling a little bit better, meditation really helped, really helped me get to a different level. Leaning on my friends and family and those trusted ones around us. We all have those people. We all have those trusted people that we would just hold so close and know that they are with us through thick and thin. So lean on those people. And, maybe you don't need anybody to give you any answers. You're just looking for someone to hear you out, just to let it all out so that it's not in you anymore. It's not in your body. You're releasing it and letting that go. And so I relied a lot on my friends, my very close friends, to help me get through that. And I also tried to do what I call, and I've talked a little bit about this on some past shows, ramblings of gratitude. And what is that? So ramblings of gratitude are picking either one thing or a multitude of things that you're thankful and grateful for. They could be as simple as the shoes on your feet. So it can be super simple. You could go into something and you just have to carry the thought for 17 seconds. And if you carry that thought for 17 seconds, you kind of feel a little bit of a lift. If you can carry that thought, or even if you can carry that through your voice and continue to talk about it for a minute, you raise even higher in your vibration. If you can talk about it or think about it and visualize it for 3 minutes, that's when all the manifestation, all the good things that come to you, that's where all that yummy juiciness comes from. So what does this look like? So I'm going to take the example of my car. And you just start by saying, I love my car. I am so happy and grateful for my car. I know when I get in my car, it's going to take me from point A to point B because it's so reliable. I'm so grateful and thankful for my car. I get in it and it's nice and toasty warm after it's been running. And I know that I'm safe and I'm warm and I'm going to get from point A to point B. And I'm so happy and grateful and thankful for my car. I love my car. I love the way the seats feel when you get inside of it and you sit down and you start going down the road. It's so comfortable. It's so plush. I absolutely love my car. I love how I can go put gas in it and it runs just perfectly. I am so grateful and so thankful for my car. I'm so grateful for what it can do. In the summer, when it's hot, I can stay cool. In the winter, when it's warm or cold, I can stay warm. I'm so grateful and thankful for my car. So that's just an example. You always want to start off with, I am so thankful for. You always want to end with, I am so thankful for. Now, some of you are really great visualizers, so you can visualize things in your head. You can see yourself sitting in the car. You can see how it feels. You can see it going down the road. You can see it driving from your house to your office. And that works great. for those of you who don't have that great of, the imagination, that's a hard one for you. You can talk it out just like I did. You can talk it out silently, or you can talk it out aloud. Now, voice projection is going to be way more powerful in the universe than just saying it inside and keeping it inside. But it doesn't mean that it doesn't work the same way. You can even write it out. You could write it out on a piece of paper, why you're so grateful and thankful for something. Now, again, I just focused on my car. You don't have to do that. You can be thankful for the shoes on your feet. You can be thankful for your car. You can be thankful for your job. And you can just keep going and going and going. Whatever makes the most sense for you, whatever it takes to raise your vibration and get you out of that space that is not good for you and no fun, because you don't want to stay there for very long. You want to bounce right back out of that. So try that, the ramblings of gratitude. See how long you can keep it going, because as you work with it and as you practice it, 3 minutes, believe me, 3 minutes will go just like that, and you'll see how easy it really is. So if you have any questions about the ramblings of gratitude, how to do it, what it looks like, feel free to reach out to me on Facebook at Julie Yeager Walker Medium, or you can catch me over on, my other Facebook page is Your Time to Shine, or my website is www.wingsofsoulswithjulie.com, and I'd be happy to help you get through that process. So now we are going to head to the phone lines. We have Kura in New Wales, Australia. Oh, Lynn, pardon me, I read that wrong. Lynn, good evening and welcome to Your Time to Shine.
Good evening.
How are you?
Yes, I'm good, thank you.
Excellent. So what can we do for you this evening?
I would just like to know what's ahead in the next 6 months, please.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that last part again?
I would just like to know what's ahead for me in the next 6 months, please.
Okay. Perfect. So let me just tune into your guides and see what they have for you. There's going to be a little bit of silence while I tune in here, but be assured that I haven't gone anywhere and I'll be right back with you, okay?
Thank you.
Wow. So immediately my guides are showing me that you are going through a huge transition. It's a very big transition. Hang on, let me see if they can show me exactly what that transition is. They're showing me a crossroad. Do you feel like a split in the road? Are you feeling like you've come to this crossroad and you don't know where you're headed?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. So what they're telling me is that either direction you take at this crossroad is going to be okay. They said what you need to decide is you really need to drop down into your heart and think about what it is that's really going to fulfill you in that journey. Because they're showing me that no matter which way you go, it will be okay. One is probably going to be a little bit more fulfilling for you than going the other direction. So okay. I'm getting the feeling that it might be a job-related transition.
Oh, okay.
that have you been thinking about changing jobs, or has that been kind of swirling around, or has something been catching your attention and making you stop and think, and you think, I wonder?
Not with work, no.
Okay. Well, they're showing me that there is some kind of a transition coming up. Whether that is a transition within the same company, within the same, like maybe they're showing me it's like what you're doing right now, there's like another direction or another offshoot that you can take. And it's very possible that it's still within the company you're with. It's just a little bit different direction than what you're going right now.
Okay. Thank you for that.
Yeah, you're welcome. I'm just looking to see if there's anything else that they want to show me here. So one moment. They're showing me that you have a healing side to you. Do you practice like Reiki or some type of healing modality right now? Or have you been thinking about that?
Yes, I do Reiki.
You do Reiki. Okay.
Yes.
They're showing me that you need to do a lot more with your Reiki business. Are you doing it as a business, or are you just kind of just playing around with it? You know, doing Reiki now. Okay, so they're kind of showing me. So, do you have another job besides Reiki as well?
I'm not working at the moment, but I usually do pet care.
Okay. Because what they're showing me is that you can take your Reiki to there's like a whole nother level that it's almost like you're holding back a little bit on your Reiki. And they're saying that you need to get out there. People need you. People are waiting for you to come. But you need to be able to get out there and put yourself out there. They're showing me that you've been a little bit hesitant to put yourself out there and be that vulnerable person with your business and with Reiki.
Right. Yes,
yeah.
Yes,
they said that.
Right.
Okay. They're just showing me that you can be so much more with that than what you're allowing yourself to be.
Yes, I work with animals.
Okay. They're showing me like you and connecting to different people around your community. They're showing me that it's almost like you need to get like a networking group, or you need to find common people who can work with you and kind of pass your name out there. I'm also being shown that your guides are saying, ask for help. Don't do this on your own. Ask for help. Write down what it is that you want your business to look like. And then give it to your guides. Give it to your guides and say, here's my outline for my business. Show me and help me get through this. Because they say you're trying to take this on your own, and they could help you with this.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
they're showing me you have a very, very bright future. I mean, like when I first connected with your guides, it was like this huge explosion. And it wasn't an explosion that's like a devastating explosion. It was like an explosion of bursting out, of, you know, connecting and getting out there. 2020 is going to be a really powerful year. And so I'm seeing that, I'm kind of seeing that with you and what's transpiring. And it's like right now, this month, and probably into January, they're showing me is when you need to start looking at your business, start creating what that looks like. You know, write down how many people am I going to see during the week, and actually start putting them down like on a calendar, like you have those people there signed up, and you say on Saturday from 12 to 1, I'm going to be seeing a customer. I'm going to be seeing a client. And from 3 to 4, I'm going to see another client. So get like a calendar and a schedule and just have fun with it, play with it. Say, this is where I want my people to come. This is where I want my customers.
Yes, okay, that sounds like a good idea.
Yeah. I mean, it's very high, powerful, exciting energy around you and around the Reiki. And I can see how the animals really, really, they just take to you. I mean, it's like they're butter in your hands. I mean, they just melt. So it's a fantastic, beautiful, beautiful thing. So work with that. Really, really outline what it is you want to see this become. And then call in your guides and your angels and say, here it is on paper. Help me with this. Show me.
Yeah, a little bit like manifesting.
Exactly like manifesting. Exactly. Yeah.
Okay, could I ask which guide you spoke with, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you repeat that?
Could I ask which guide you spoke with, please?
Ask which
guide you spoke with or connected to.
Oh, which side?
Which guide?
Oh, which guide?
Yes.
You have many of them. Archangel Michael comes really heavily into the forefront.
Yes.
He is really out in the forefront for you. I see other angels around you as well. And I see Archangel Azrael around you as well. So, you know, you can call on them, or if there's somebody else, if there's another guide, if there's a loved one that you know of, you know, feel free to call on them. It doesn't have to be Archangel Michael or, you know, anyone like that. But I can feel their presence around you very much.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Is there anything else that I can help you with tonight?
Oh, yes, there is actually. I was applying for a housing allocation. Just wondering how will that go?
So for a new place to live, okay.
For a public cottage.
So is this a place that you've been looking at for quite some time, or that you've been going back and forth with it for a while?
I've been going back and forth with the application. They just keep sending more and more details that they need.
Okay.
Yes.
They're showing me you haven't found it yet. There's one coming up.
Coming up, though, is there a length of time, or long or short, or?
So they're showing me that it's coming up soon.
Okay.
Yeah, they're showing me that it's going to be sooner rather than later. The one little caveat that we'll put on that is that their time frame and our human time frame don't always coincide. But I'm feeling like that it's probably within the next 6 months that something is going to come up. Yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Yeah, you are very welcome. Is there anything else I can help you with tonight?
No, I think that was all I wanted to know. Thank you so much.
Okay. I'm really being shown that a lot is going to be happening in the next 6 months for you. So it feels very, very exciting. So do a lot of manifesting, a lot of reflection, a lot of writing, and of course, ask your guides for help.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, well, thank you so much.
You're so welcome, Lynn. Have a wonderful evening.
Yes, you too. Thank you again. Okay, bye-bye.
Bye. Well, that almost wraps it up here for us tonight. Again, if you want to get a hold of me, you can reach me over at my website at www.wingsofsoulswithjulie.com. I can also be reached on my Facebook page at Julie Yeager Walker Medium, or Your Time to Shine. And I have been very lackadaisical about posting any new and exciting things coming up, but I will have some new upcoming classes coming up in the first of the year. And so be on the lookout for that. I'm going to be changing things up a little bit for all of you who have been following me so diligently. And I want to just put a shout out there to those who have reached out to me during these last 6 weeks with encouragement and prayers and all the wonderful, wonderful things that you have all done to support me during this time. And remember, ramblings of gratitude, huge, huge. And don't be afraid to sit down and work with it. And sit down with a friend or a partner and do it, because it's very, very powerful when you do it with somebody else, when you sit down and you have to look them in the eye and talk about these ramblings of gratitude. It can be very, very powerful. So don't be afraid to get out there, raise your vibration, explore all the great things that you are so grateful and thankful for. And as we're going into the holiday season, things are going to get crazy and people could be cranky. But just remember, we're all made of the same fabric. We're all going through something. Be patient with each other, love each other through it, and remember your gratitude, and remember your I can't even say it, ramblings of gratitude. So that is all for me this evening, everyone. Have a wonderful evening, and we will see you again next Thursday night.
to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for New York City Celebrity Psychic with Perry Lyons. Perry Lyons. Live from PerryLyonsBrilliance.Wixsite.com/Perry Lyons.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is New York City Celebrity Psychic
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hey, cats and kittens. It's Perry Lyons, New York City Celebrity Psychic, and I'm very glad you're here. So it's been a rough week for a lot of people. I hope it hasn't been for you. But if it has, here's what I'd like to suggest. When I get panic-stricken, which lately has been a little more than I'd like, I reach into my toolbox, not to do any actual manual labor, because face it, that's beneath me, but I get out one or two sort of spiritual tools that just always work, and they always ground me. Unless I can find the gin, in which case I just skip that. No, kidding. Sort of. So today's tool for getting you out of panic is very simple. You hear a lot about gratitude. I've heard so much about gratitude that it sort of bounces off me, like overdone chicken dumplings off the uvula. But I've learned to sort of hack gratitude. This is what I do. First, I think of what relief feels like. Have you ever had something that you thought was going to be terrible not happen, that you thought was going to happen? Do you remember that feeling of like, oh, thank you. Thank you. Whew. So for me, I think about a time when I felt kind of relieved. Oh, that bad thing just went and just passed me by. So, and then I start thinking about the very simple things that I have that I forget to be grateful for. Hot water, electricity, Wi-Fi, a comfortable place to live. And even start with the littlest things that we take for granted. I've done volunteer work around the world, and well, in New York and London. And I've met people who were not as fortunate. And it just through, bad luck or whatever. But there were people who were living in places that were not comfortable or warm or nice, or didn't have the food that you and I take for granted. Well, I do. A little too much for granted lately. And so just for me, remembering the really small stuff and then building up to the big stuff puts me back into a place of alignment with higher power and my higher self and all my extremely appreciated angels, because we all have some. Anyway, so I'm going to take my first caller, and I'm so glad you called. So thank you. And my producer flashed your name and address so fast. What? That I didn't get it. Tell me your name and your birthday. How are you? Are you there, love?
Hello?
Okay. Oh, hi. How are you?
Hi, this is Allison from Aurora, Colorado.
Oh, cool. Hi, Allison. Have I heard this voice before?
Hi.
Yeah. So what's up? Tell me about yourself. Oh, and tell me what your birthday is. I've forgotten.
Oh, my birthday is 4/12/70.
Oh, we love Aries here. Woo! And your Year of the Dog, which actually sounds not so great, but it's fantastic. Dogs are it's the Chinese Year of the Dog. Dogs are very truth-telling and very loyal and very resourceful. Toto in The Wizard of Oz is a good example of a dog, because he drew aside the curtain to reveal the truth of who the Wizard of Oz was. So, nice to meet you, Allison, you little Aries dog, you. And how can I help you today?
Well, I have we have custody of our granddaughter, and I just want to, make sure that, everything's going to go good with that, and we're going to continue to be able to keep her and protect her. And
what's her first name? Is it 3 syllables? A little old-fashioned?
It's actually Mary Elizabeth.
Oh, okay. Sorry about getting the syllables wrong in the first one. Yeah, I got a very classic name. So, and is she 7?
No, she's 4.
Oh, okay. All right. Sorry, I'm a little scrambled today. She might be tall for her age. So this is about not whether she's going through a health crisis, but whether she's going to be able to live with you. Is that correct?
Yeah, well, we do have custody of her, and we would adopt her.
Speak up a little, darling. I forgot to put my headphones in. That was dumb. Okay, just speak up. Say it one more time.
Oh, I said we have custody of her, but we would like to try to adopt her, and I'm wondering if that is, a good way to go, something that we should do.
Yes. Or it is, because the situation. She's your daughter's child?
Yes.
Yeah. And I'm sorry, your daughter is in a very hard time, and I don't see her coming back from that anytime soon.
Okay.
She's basically a lovely person, but extenuating circumstances have made her kind of act like not exactly a malignant narcissist, but not exactly not. And it's not permanent, but she's very stubborn, very strong-willed.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry about that. So she is going to fight you. Fortunately or unfortunately, the circumstances that she has chosen to be in right now make her not very good at doing things like keeping records or keeping track of stuff. So in a court of law, that's going to count against her, as are certain other things I'm not going to go into. But and it must be a heartbreaking decision for you, but it is absolutely what's right for Mary Elizabeth. Absolutely. Also, you know what?
Okay,
What?
I'm sorry. We have chosen to stop communication between the two, because it was just not a healthy situation, and also, that's something that I that I feel is a good thing, but other people might not think that's a great idea, thinking that it might come back to to bite me. But I'm just wondering if what do you think about that?
People who give advice are like seagulls. They fly in through one window, poop all over everything, and fly out through another window. They don't have to live with your decisions, you do. And if there's one thing that people value above shelter, food, and sex right now in this culture, it's being right and having you be wrong. So seriously, sod them. It's none of their business, and this will only redound to your credit and to Mary's credit. I keep wanting to call her Lorelei. I don't know why. And really, people are so ready to give advice and then walk away. So please, listen to yourself. I'm going to guess that with a name like Mary Elizabeth, you probably have maybe a religious background of some kind. Prayer is good right now. When I'm in situations with children or with my mom, I will just sit down and ask the Virgin Mary for help. I mean, it doesn't matter what religion you are; she works. But the main thing is that in a court of law, you are going to win. It is absolutely the best thing because there's an escalating cycle here that you can't see. Well, I think you very much intuit it, but there's going to be an escalating cycle of danger and violence. And I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry that your daughter, who is basically a lovely person, is making such bad choices right now. But her daughter should have to pay for her choices. So yes. Has Mary suddenly started to need glasses or manifested something physically?
No, she's actually really ill right now with the flu.
Oh, okay, that's what I'm getting. She'll be okay. Really keep an eye on her though, because it hits kids very hard. She's going to be fine, but try to take a deep breath. Oddly, you have a lot of sort of ancestral support. When I see you, I see a lot of like ancestors around you, and you had some badass ancestors. Really strong women.
Oh yes.
Oh yeah, and you are one of them.
It's a long line of strong women for sure.
Yes, really strong in every circumstance, and that's your DNA, Carolyn. So you're going to win this, and she's going to be okay. Nice. Later on, in 5 or 6 years, when her mother gets herself straightened out, talk then. But right now, it's nobody's business but yours, and you're doing the right thing. You really are. So I hope that helps.
It does. Thank you.
Is there anything else you need to know?
Yes. We do have a business, and we're having some tax issues, and I just wondered, if you can feel anything about that.
Opinion. I think you might be dealing with the same accountant that you've used or the same system you've used. Get a new system. Do it now. Or get a new accountant. Get somebody young, hungry, and not overly scrupulous, frankly. I didn't mean that, but there are some tax breaks and deductions you don't know about right now. So I'm sorry with everything else in your plate to say you might want to look around to find a very proactive person to work with in that way. But You're going to be okay. It's not going to be more than you can handle, and you're going to get quite a sizable refund. This,
okay, good.
Well, as much as I can.
Awesome.
All right, Miller. Well, you will, and let me know how stuff turns out. I'm going to keep.
I will. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure speaking to you.
It's been a pleasure speaking to you, too. You have a lovely energy and a beautiful speaking voice. So thank you. I really think everything's going to work out even better than you can imagine. And it's lovely that you're saving Mary. So call back.
So much.
Let me know how you are.
That. I sure will. Thank you, Barry.
Hi. Now we have Jackie in Rochester. I love Rochester.
Hi.
I love the name Jackie. Hi. How are you?
I'm well. How are you guys?
I'm good. Thank you for asking. So I'm going to ask you for your birthday. So that's because that's how I connect. So
9/26/83.
Oh gosh, you're a baby. 9/26 is and a Libra, right?
Yeah.
Yep. 83. Hold on. 71. Oh, your year of the boar. BOAR. So you're somebody who loves. You really appreciate beauty. You love physical luxury. You were born to be rich, basically. So you'll be rich and then come back and tip me. So how can I help you?
I'm hopeful.
That's your Chinese astrological year. So how can I help you, darling?
Been actually going through some pretty serious career changes at the moment. The last few years have been hectic as far as going through a divorce and making a career change now. And I guess I was just seeing what you see for my future.
Things are getting better. I have to say, there has been this really long cycle of just not good stuff happening to really good people. And I'm seeing the last of that sort of badness is kind of leaving with everybody I've worked with. It's a huge time of change, rapid change, especially for kind of highly evolved women like you. And
yeah.
You've been doing a lot of work on yourself. And you occasionally get handed a sign of reassurance from above that is really almost so specific that you don't want to talk about it because people might think you're weird. But those signs you're getting are true. Now, the career thing, okay, first of all, it feels like you're doing two people's job for the price of one, possibly three. You're also leading or managing without getting the dignity of that title. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's actually what was going on in my current situation. And then, they're giving out Christmas bonus, and I was blessed with getting laid off. So.
Oh no.
Yeah, and they did end up hiring 3 people to replace my position.
Uh-huh.
So.
This is okay. Ready for an eye roll?
Yeah.
Oh my God. Now it's come to your attention that there are jobs in your area of expertise, but not this job. And it might be a good time to start laying sort of groundwork for going elsewhere, because unless this person you report to, I'm not sure if this is a boss, it feels more like a human resource. I don't know. It's somebody you report to, but this person doesn't feel like a boss because this person doesn't take any responsibility. So it feels like there's sort of one person that's really the problem. Is that the case?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, since legally I'm not allowed to tell you to take a contract out of them, and I wouldn't anyway, but I really don't like this person to tell you. They want all of the glory without doing any of the work or taking any of the responsibility. And what they do is use responsible people who have a work ethic and a conscience. Is that right?
Yep.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, that's kind of how everything kind of came to a head. I realized that was happening and tried to have a conversation with this person. Then the next conversation I had with them was them letting me go.
Yeah. They're letting you go? Did they say that?
Yeah, that happened.
Oh, sod them. I hope you're getting unemployment. I would think about...
They're fighting that. That's part of my question. They're fighting that too, and so I'm fighting that as well. But it's been a rough couple of weeks.
Because it sounds like you're being discriminated against for some reason. Might be that you're female, might be that you're not 22, might be there are a number of reasons. But I'm smelling discrimination here, and if they're going to try to screw you over for your unemployment, you can either. I just found something called Legal Zoom, which you can join for like $50 a month. I'm not recommending it, but I might dive in there. Or you might want to just call a couple of lawyers and bounce this off them. Because this really feels like they have not been crafty about this. So if you want to take this to the next level, I think you can. At the very least, you need to get your unemployment, because there's a better job waiting for you that has more of your personality and what you love doing in it.
Uh-huh.
And it's in a commutable distance. It might be a similar job in a different field. I'm not sure what field you're in now. feels like some sort of form of supply, but I'm not sure if it's medical. Help me out here.
Yeah, no, I was working in the medical field.
Oh, okay. A medical what?
I was working in the medical field, so
yeah,
I was managing medical practice.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Supply and tech to me are the same thing because it's a anyway. Honestly, because you have a great manner and you're very attractive, in the meantime, you might want to approach some local med spas because they pay quite well. You know what you're doing, and they're used to completely incompetent office managers. So that's my interim suggestion. And I'm not sure where I'm getting that, but that feels, I don't want you to dismiss it as frivolous. I think you could make more money and have a better time. And if you're saying, well, I'm not attractive enough, I'm telling you, you are. And also, I have friends who own these places, and they're desperate for good people. So that might be one option in the interim. Another option is to tell people you're looking for a job. And I'm sorry you don't have more support here. Would you like to talk a bit about your romantic life?
Sure. It's kind of been non-existent, so not a lot to talk about.
Or were you saying there's
kind of
nothing
been non-existent since my... What?
There will be something to talk about if you're saying there isn't right now.
Yeah, there hasn't been for a little while.
Well, that's okay. There hasn't been, you're saying. Okay. That's fine. I'm seeing the same thing with a lot of people, and I'm also seeing changes coming up. Is there any community thing you can do? Like any community thing at all you can get involved with while you have a little time? Volunteer work?
Yeah.
Church? Synagogue?
Yeah.
I would do that because thinking about what you want in a partner and then figuring out where that person would be are two really easy things that almost nobody does. So, as my mother used to say, if you go to bars, you'll just meet men who hang out in bars. And that's not you anyway. You're not a bar person.
No.
But I think, getting involved in either volunteer work or community work, this is what I'm really strongly getting from your guides and my guides. You're a good cook too, aren't you?
Yes. Yeah. I like to think so, people tell me.
Well, I'm telling you too. It goes in with you have a very nurturing personality. So what I'd like you to do is, see if you can find a potluck dinner. Get in touch with old friends you might have lost touch with. Tell everybody on Earth that you're looking for a job and that you will cook them dinner in exchange for a recommendation that works out. And I want you to be physically out in the world because right now it's a very good time for you to do that. You'll get your confidence back because people really like you. You're really trustworthy. And you're good. And that's rare. I only get the best people calling into my show. The romantic stuff, you're going to meet somebody probably in March or around your birthday. And I'm out of time, but will you let me know? I'm on Facebook, Perry Lyons, P-E-R-I, like Periwinkle, Lyons, L-Y-O-N-S, like the town in France. And let me know how you're doing, because things are about to get much better, and I'm not just saying that. So, are you good?
Yes,
All right.
Great to have some good things to look forward to.
Yeah, you can trust that. I would tell you if that wasn't happening. All right, cats and kittens, and Jackie, lovely to meet you, and the lovely person I talked to you before. And so come back next week. Bring your friends at 9 p.m. Moonstruck TV, A1R Radio, and you'll be in my thoughts. I'm sending you great.
to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Divine Guidance with Angel Tuzigno. Live from CrystalClear101.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Divine Guidance
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to the Angel's Divine Guidance. I hope everybody's keeping warm because out here in Saskatchewan, it's minus 51 with the wind chill. And I'm telling you, I didn't even stick my nose out the door today. I just stayed in my toasty, warm house all day long, feeling sorry for everybody who had to go out and venture into the cold. All right, so you can reach me at crystalclear101.com. You can also get a hold of me at Crystal Clear Holistic Healing and Product on Facebook. You can message me. You can text me at 306-261-4086, or you can go right directly to A1R Psychic Radio and look me up. They have all my information to contact me as well. So the card today for everyone watching is the Cosmic Getaway. Okay, so your thoughts are magnetic and powerful, and miraculous changes will be happening. So with that saying on the card, it's just telling us that as a society, as a world, as human beings, if we all get together and think the same thoughts and think the same healing, that we can actually make a difference in the whole world. We can actually heal the world. So keep that in mind and sort of just think and go into the area that you wish to see improved. Now, with that being said, today I opened up my email and I got my little thing from Abraham Hicks, and I thought, oh, that should be what I should be saying on the show today. So I'm just going to grab my iPad here and I'm going to do a little reading for you. Okay, so this is Abraham's intake and what he sent me today. My most important relationship is with my source. There is no relationship of greater importance to achieve than the relationship between you in your physical body, right here and now, and the soul, source, God from which you came. If you tend to the relationship first and foremost, you will then and only then have the stable footing to proceed into other relationships. Your relationship with your own body, your relationship with your money, your relationship with your parents, children, grandchildren, the people you work with, your government, your world, will all fall swiftly and easily into an alignment once you tend to this fundamental primary relationship first. So know that Abraham was just reminding me, and I'm reminding everybody who's listening to the show, that we have to take care of ourselves first. We have to love and accept ourselves for who we are, the way we are. And once we start putting ourselves first and doing that self-care, then and only then will everything else in our life fall into alignment. So money issues will start improving. Everything will just fall into alignment and just start going the way that we want it to go and the way that we dream for it to go. Because we're focusing on us. We're focusing in on the positivity. We're in connection with our higher self. We're in connection with our team. which with our guides. We're getting all the information that we need at that specific time to give us what we need. So every morning I do a meditation. Every evening I do a meditation. And I talk to my team and I tell them what I'm grateful for. I thank them for everything that they've done for me in the day, in the year, in the week. I thank them for everyone they've brought into my life and everybody that is still within my life. And I just sit with that. And it's very important that we sit and we feel our energy and we know how the calming energy feels to us so that we can move forward in our life and manifest everything that we dream of. And it's there. It's in the vortex. It's up to us to be on the flying disc. It's up to us to reach in and grab it. And sometimes we just get so busy in our day-to-day life and we get so stuck in what other people think and we get so stuck in the negative energy that we forget who we are and what our goals are and what we want in life and what makes us happy. So just take a mental note. It's okay to take you time. Or in the case of Saskatchewan, it's okay to take a snow day. It's okay to take a cold day. It's all right. You need to take what you need to take to heal yourself. All right? So I hope that helped a few people. And I see we have our first caller, Rachel in Parksburg, West Virginia.
Yes. Yes.
How are you today?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm doing awesome. Like I said, I'm staying in my house, minus 51 with the wind chill. I ain't sticking my nose outside. I'm smarter than that. So, your card today is the light activation card. Okay? So, knowing that it's time for you to shine. All right? It's time for you to follow your inner gut feeling and know that that information you're getting is coming through loud and clear. So this card tells me that you shy away from showing your true self. Does that make sense to you?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, they're giving me a download. Girl, it's time to shine. Like, you are very gifted. You have this big, humongous open heart. People are so comfortable around you. They are very comfortable in talking with you. The hardest person on you, like, you think people are judging you, but the hardest person judging you is you. And they want you to start working towards rectifying that. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Okay. So what can I do for you tonight?
I was just wondering if you see anything good happening this year for me.
Oh, yes, girl. You have lots of good stuff coming. You just need to stay on the positive side and believe. You're very good at manifesting things. Like, you are the person through your whole life where you've thought of something and you've always made it happen. You've always gotten what you wanted, and not that you've did a temper tantrum or anything for it. It's just, it came easy.
Sometimes I do.
Yeah.
Sometimes I play a temper tantrum, though.
Well, we all do. I'm old now and I still have my temper tantrums. It's okay. It's just our way of saying, hear me. Like, I'm trying to explain myself. You're not hearing what I'm asking. So that's okay. But know that you've got all of this in play for yourself. They're just telling me that you need to stay more on the positive side of things. Okay? And you have to stop worrying what other people are thinking. Because that's where you're getting caught up in I don't want to say victim cycle, because it's not. You're getting stuck. Okay? It's like you're in the mud and you're just slipping and sliding. the Alabama mud.
Yeah.
Tires just get greasy and you just stay in one spot. So you have to start telling yourself when somebody gives you an opinion. What example can I use, guys? Okay, let's just say that you want to go skinny dipping in -20 weather and everybody's telling you how, no, you're nuts to do it, right? You've got to just tell yourself that's their opinion. They have a right to that opinion, and that's okay, but you don't have to own that opinion. All right? You know what's right for you. You know what you need to do, and just follow through no matter what people think. I mean, if you knew me better, you would know everybody around me thinks I'm a total nutcase because
That's what
Angel
people
just
think
does
about
what
me
Angel
too.
wants to do. Okay? It doesn't matter.
Okay.
People can tell me, Angel, you shouldn't be doing that. And Angel says, okay, yeah, I take what you're telling me into consideration. But Angel still does what she wants to do. Nobody can tie Angel down, and nobody can put me in a corner either, because I just come, I'm like a cat. I come out, claws, I'm doing this, and don't tell me. I don't care what lessons I got to learn. If my gut's telling me I need to do it, I just go ahead and do it. And I look at it as if it's not life-threatening or morally threatening, why not do it? We only live once. Does that make sense?
Yes, it makes total sense. Because my grandpa always said that. We only live once, so do what you want, eat what you want, drink what you want, and say what you want.
Exactly. As long as it's not life-threatening or morally threatening, have fun. Life is too short not to have fun. Okay? And your money issues are all going to be worked out by summer. You're going to start seeing a big improvement in that area. Now, are you looking at switching jobs?
No, because I'm on disability, but I am looking to move.
Okay. They're bringing up like you're going to have a new job. So if you're on disability, there's going to be an opportunity for you to work, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Okay. So even though you're on disability, I mean, they told me I would never get out of bed and I wouldn't be working again. They told me that in 2002. And here I am. Just believe in yourself and know that you can do it. And if there's a will, there's a way. So sometimes with our disabilities, we just have to find a different way to be able to do what we want to do. And a lot of the times when we're given disabilities, it's to force us onto the path that we've always wanted to be on, but we've always been too scared to do. Does that make sense?
Yes. About the new job thing, could it possibly mean that I'm going to become a grandmother?
Oh, girl, you got 3 grandbabies coming.
Oh, my goodness.
You're going to have 3 coming, girl.
Oh, my God.
That's a definite.
Is there going to be one this year?
Well, I don't know if you're going to have the grandbaby this year, but you might find out that you're going to be a grandmother. But whether it will be born this year, I'm not. Let's play with that.
Oh, wow. Because
no,
my oldest son, he's 18. He's 18 and he got a girl pregnant.
Yeah, you're going to find out that you're going to be a grandmother, but I think the baby's going to be born either the end of the year into the new year. Okay?
Oh, wow.
Because they're showing me snow, they're showing me winter. So that's so it could be the end of December, beginning of January, but I'm feeling more like you're going to be the grandmother in 2021.
Oh, wow.
And if I'm not mistaken, it's going to be a little girl.
Oh.
Okay? So just mark that on the calendar, and let's see how close we are. And if I'm close, you message me and let me know.
Okay, what did we say on the date time?
It's going to be, you're going to find out this year, but the baby will probably be born the end of December, beginning of January. So it's going to be a winter baby because they're showing me snow. So it could be the end of December into January. But I'm feeling more like this is going to be a January baby. It's not going to be, it's going to be a 2001 baby, not a 2020.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. Okay. So is there anything
And a little
else
girl.
before
Oh
I
my
move on
goodness.
to my next caller?
Just one other thing. I'm concerned for my son. Do you see him doing well? My 18-year-old.
Oh, how do I put this? He's going to have a little rough patch for the next good 6 months here.
Okay.
And that's basically choices he's made and lessons he's going to have to learn. But you have to stand your ground, and you cannot enable him, and you cannot, I don't want to say not help, because moms are always going to help, but you have to watch on how you're going to help him. You're going to have to guide him in the direction that he needs to be going in without choking him, pulling him, and telling him he has to. But he's going to have to learn these lessons. Okay? He's going to have a couple of hard lessons that he's going to have to deal with. All right, I hope that helps you. You have an awesome week and a good weekend, all right? All right, let's go to Jessica in Toronto, Ohio.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Great. How are you?
I'm doing good. I'm just going to play with my volume a little bit because it's hard to hear you. All righty. So your card is the Sacred Self card. Okay. So with that card, that's more for you to unleash your spirit and for you to express your gifts. Okay. And you're kind of in the right rhythm of life right now. Like you're kind of picking up on the momentum. Like they're showing me like a train going, and as it picks up speed, it just gets into that right momentum, and you're just going to start going forward. So you're on the right path. Does that make sense to you?
Yes.
Yeah? Okay. So what can I do for you tonight?
I was just calling to just get some insight. I didn't know if you were a medium or not. I didn't know if you could sense anyone around me, or if...
You got a grandpa on the other side? Kind of tall and
skinny? Yes.
Yeah, okay. He definitely, just as I had finished telling you and you started to talk, and I went, ooh, he just kind of stepped up behind me, and he's like, here for you, girl. Okay? So he's basically moving heaven and earth for you right now. So when you're asking for things, he's starting to put it into motion to get it for you. Now, you have 2 kids? He's showing me 2 kids.
Yeah.
So you have 2 children?
Yes, I do.
A boy and a girl?
No, they're both boys.
Okay. So does he have a son and a daughter?
Well, I have both of my grandfathers are deceased. So, yeah, there's 2 boys and a girl, and 2 girls and a boy on the other side.
Okay. He's bringing up a girl and a boy. All right. So he's bringing that forward to me, that there's 2 children and there's a son and a daughter, because he's bringing the son and daughter up, which is why I asked, because I don't feel like it's his. Okay. Do you have a brother or sister?
I have 2 brothers, yes.
Do they have a son and a daughter?
No, they both. Well, my one brother has two boys as well.
Okay, because he's really adamant on this son and daughter. Okay, we're just gonna park that for a little bit. Just keep that in mind because he's bringing up the son and the daughter. All right. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So, which grandfather had the trouble breathing?
I'm not sure. It might have been my dad's father. I never did really know what happened to him, but
okay. So then
my uncle passed, and he had a heart attack. I don't know if that might have been.
Okay, I was just gonna say. Okay, so who in the family or who on the other side had trouble breathing? Your uncle would pass because if it is hard, he would have had trouble.
Actually, that would have been my gram.
Okay. Let me tune in. Yeah, because you got quite a few. You got quite a few of them lined up here. I'm just trying to make sure that they belong to you and trying to make sure who's who. Okay, so this person. Okay, so let's say it's Grams who had trouble breathing. Did she need help at the end for mobility?
Yes.
Okay. Did she like the color blue? Or do you like the color blue?
Yeah, she liked the color blue.
Okay. So I'm just asking for things that you would know. So know that she is here. Okay. So she likes to talk. Okay. So what is it about cookies? She's bringing up, like she's showing me trays and trays of cookies. Did you guys used to bake together? Did
trays and trays of cookies?
Yeah, trays and trays of cookies.
Yeah, she used to. Well, actually, this is actually my husband's grandmother. And she just recently passed. But yeah, we were all really close. But yeah, she loved to bake, and she was always baking when she could.
Okay. Yeah, because these trays and trays and cookies. All right. So know that your grandmother has your husband's grandmother with her. So they're together. All right. So your grandmother basically is passing the message on that they're together. Everything is great. So you guys don't have to worry. All right. She's fine. Okay. She's pain-free. Did hubby get a speeding ticket?
Yeah, in the past he did.
Okay, because they're showing me a speeding ticket. No, this is more recent. So either he has had one here in the recent, or he's going to be having one if he doesn't slow down because he has a very heavy foot.
Yeah. Yeah, he does.
Yeah, I'm just trying to. Does he have a truck?
Yes.
So what is it about the truck? Okay, they're showing me the engine compartment, but I don't think they were very mechanically inclined women, let's just say, because it's sort of like they're opening a hood and then they're just kind of going like this and looking in it. So that tells me either they don't know what the issue is, or your husband has had some problems and he's opened the hood and kind of went like, what is it? But I'm sensing that it is more coming from the lower end of the engine, so that he pays attention to the bottom end. Okay? So I don't know if he needs to check the oil for filings or something like that, but I'm getting the gut feeling that it's the bottom part of the engine, because when they're opening up the hood and they're making me look down, I'm getting the feeling like it's the bottom end of the engine. So your hubby will probably be more in tune with that. Okay?
Okay.
So just pass him on the message, okay? Now we have 2 minutes left. I'm getting the countdown so that I'm kept on time because I tend to go over. Is there anything else that you want to ask them or that you're kind of curious about?
I'm kind of curious about a cousin of mine. She's a female, and just kind of she's alive, but just trying to figure out what is kind of going on with her a little bit, I guess you could say.
Well, she's just having a little rough spot right now. She's how do I put it? We all get to that point in our life where we look at our age and we look at what we've accomplished and we feel like we didn't accomplish what we wanted to and half our life is gone. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So she's kind of at that age where she's just trying to figure out what she wants to be when she grows up. So it's more important that she understands she can talk to you and there won't be any judgment or anything, and that you're there as a sounding board for her to figure out what it is she's looking for. All right?
All right.
You're kind of cutting out.
Okay, yeah, I'm here.
Oh, okay. You all of a sudden faded away. I got 30 seconds. So that makes sense to you?
Yes.
Okay. So just know that she should start maybe looking at going back to school because they're showing me books. So maybe that's an interest that there's something she wants to take and she should go back to school. And that's a very good possibility for her. And she'll do really good in the financing department. So accounting, business, that type of stuff.
Okay.
Okay? She's a very intelligent woman. She's just got to believe in herself.
All right. Thank you.
All right. So you have a great week and an awesome weekend. And I don't know what the weather's like your way, but hopefully it's warmer than what we got out here.
Yeah. All right. Have a good night. Thank you.
You too. All right. We shall see you.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for Persian Medium I Am Power with Fia Johan. Live from PersianMedium.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Persian Medium I Am Power
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
I was at the age of 7. So it was my first grade. Yes, that was my first grade. Actually, it was that I felt that I'm kind of different, compare myself with others in the class. I felt that I feel and see things which kind of weird. It was really weird to me because I didn't know to who I have to talk to. What should I say to my teacher? And how can I explain my experience and my connections to I didn't know at that time what it means. The Holy Spirit, the messages, the things that come to me without I'm asking, or every time when I want to have something, it's just come to me or came to me though at that time. So I do remember I talked to my grandma and I said, I feel that I can hear people, I can see people. Yeah, it was about actually making a decision. It was about that just do something, because every time when someone had some need, believe me or not, they come to me by themselves. I never even knew any of those people, where they are and where I can find them. They came to me, they talked to me out of sudden, and somehow I'm a messenger. And as a messenger, I always has to deliver my message. If I'm not, then I'm getting some punish from God, or somehow some energies come to me and tell me or tell me that you have to, and you did not. So yes, it came so naturally to me. I never decided for any of those messages. Those messages came very easily and nicely to me, and the only responsibility that I have is that I have to deliver the messages. Well, I raised with my grandpa and grandma, so I did not know anything about my parents until I was 11 years old. And my mom and my dad got married, and I was just 9 months when they got divorced. Both of them been very young and very mature, as I heard. My dad never been in Iran because after they divorced, so my dad moved to Italy or in Europe. So, and my grandparents did not even tell me about that I have mom and dad. They just act and also pretend that my mom is my grandma and my dad is my grandpa. My mother is my sister and my uncles is my brothers. So that I heard until I was 11 years old. So I was just around the age of 13 that I started to think about that I need to do something by my own. And of course, my Holy Spirit and God always was behind me, helped me, guide me, and let me know exactly where to go and how to do. So I started little business by business, and I felt that, now I became a businesswoman. It's like a young 13 and 14 years old lady that is starting to kind of, feel and sense that she has connection to people. She has connection to God. She has connection to the source that she never ever thought that she could ever go there. like every single business that you could imagine, like computer and other things that I never had any experience of. So yes, I start my real business at the age of 13 and became actually the marketing manager for a big company actually in Iran, in Tehran, as a marketing manager. Yes, I did. Success is you. You are success. Success is everywhere. Success is something that you think and feel and connect into your own abilities. Success is about that you believe in yourself in the first place. Success means that you never let down or let go of anything that you want and wish because someone telling you that you can't. And you know what the most amazing success for me was? When people said, you can't do it, and I did. That means success. I am actually gave me the very nice, beautiful pics of you are who you are. It's just remind me about who I am. And power is also telling me that get in touch and get connect with your abilities, the power and the gift that you have inside, and try to touch it. And every time when I says I am, I remind myself exactly who I am. And power is telling me what type of power and abilities I have that I can receive and give, or give and receive to my audience, to my clients, to my students, and to my followers. You, my students, my audience, my followers, and those that I don't even know, but I'm talking to them daily, maybe 10 times a day. Sometimes I may not know exactly who they are, but when they calling me, would they meet me, would they cry, and would they feel that I know them for so long, that is exactly the inspiration. And every time when someone calling and says, well, Fiona, things happened. Well, Fiona, because of you, my life getting better. Well, Fiona, thank you so much, you saved my marriage. Well, Fiona, thank you so much, you healed my husband. Well, Fiona, thank you so much for everything you did. That is exactly the inspiration for me to go and do everything that goes from my power, little by little, to make you guys happiest. Well, it's very funny because I'm actually having, or had, or still, a lot of people who is non-believer. And what the funny part was, those who was non-believer, when they was around me, the Holy Spirit and the guidance that come from the add energies is just showing them that they are completely wrong. Things happened that I was with them, messages come from others, so they kind of like being shocked one after each other that, wow, we didn't even believe, we didn't even thought, we couldn't even, you know. So I understand that there is a lot of people that is non-believer, but you know what? This is exactly what I'm telling to people. If you are believing that you are living, that you have blood in your body, that you can move your body from here to the left and go to the right, means that you can feel and sense. And when you get connected to the sense of the energies that you have inside, then you can feel more and more. As you know that animals can feel and sense before any bad things is going to happen, because they have a very strong sense. It depends. If you are a person that trying to, you know, make your sense or see your sensualities in your emotion, your vision, imagination, your subconscious mind, get close to that power, then you can see, feel, and connect to the spirit. If you don't, if you disable those visions, if you disable those beliefs, if you disable that there is nothing as a miracle, everything is all about this, everything is all about that, everything is all about black and everything is all about white, there is not in the middle, what I have to say is completely wrong. Because I could feel and I could see exactly where we stand when it comes to our vision, emotion, feelings, and subconscious mind. If you get close to all of them, you can have and active your psychic abilities and mediumship. If not, it will be gone. So those who don't believe, they may never gonna active or activate the third eyes, the emotion and the vision in their life. So my advice to all of them is about to open up, activate it, believe it until you achieve it. Colors hypno my mind and hypno my vision to what I want to receive as a messages. Sometimes when I have a difficult cases, or I am in a difficult place with client, which I'm trying to help and make them to heal, I am using those colors as a significant fingerprint for myself to receive messages and to give them the messages. That's why I go to my studio and just like closing and shut the door for maybe half an hour to 3 or 4 hours. I'm using all the colors around, I'm playing with them, and I creating whatever I am waiting or they are waiting to get an answer from me. So yes, when I'm painting, I am not here. If someone screaming at me, talking to me, like my son, many times they come and says, well, Mom, can you do this and that? Well, I couldn't even hear them. So, well, my husband says, well, your phone is ringing, so can you answer? I couldn't even hear that because I'm not here. When I'm paint, I'm not here. I'm somewhere else. And sometimes the way that I'm choosing colors, the shape, the idea is not something that I'm choosing before I go in. So every single of those that I paint here in my house, it has some significant fingerprint of something that has to do with some of my clients, my achievement, or was very touchy. That's why I feel painting for me or to me was always like, just do it. It's time. Do you want to receive that messages or do you want to heal that specific person? Please just do it. So many people ask me about like, is it a pentagram? Is this something that, is this not a pentagram? Is it not something that people or others use? Pentagon is my technique. It's my technique in between God, me, and Holy Spirit. In between you, God, and Holy Spirit. In between math and the quantum physics. So it's all about many angles of whatever you want to be and wherever you want to go. They guide me, they tell me, both in a science way and in a very spiritual way. That's why I'm using Pentagon as whatever you want me to ask for. And this is a technique that I can't really teach anyone because this is something that come through me, gave me the messages, and almost after so many years I received 99% accuracy for the Pentagon reading. And it's all about your real date of birth, and also is about what you want exactly to know and what type of messages I can receive, and if there is any warning, anything that you should be aware of, the Pentagon will tell you what to do or not to do. I'm working with all law enforcement, lawyers, police officers. Also, I had a couple cases with the highest top. So, yeah, I do. There is a lot of mystery questions about mystery murder cases, about questions that why this person is just like missing for 2 months without even have any sort of communication or connection with the family. The lawyers basically had kind of like insurance company cases, example. They want to know that if that specific company telling the truth about what happened or not happened, and through their investigation they're going to figure that, oh no, that's not true, because the only things I'm telling them that there is 2 ways or 3 ways that they are lying. The first is this, the second is this, and the third is that. So it's now up to you where you're going to go and investigate. And also when it comes to missing people, it's always a pleasure to helping missing people or family that who has a lot of pain because their family is not around. So yeah, it's such a pleasure when just like trying to use my abilities and my pentagon, of course, to see exactly where they are. And if sometimes fortunate, I can tell them that yeah, exactly where they are, but sometimes unfortunate, I have to just find a body for them and then let them to release and relieve from that pain. To me, it's all about messages, and it's all about spirit messages. I dreamed again, and in my dream, I saw a very beautiful, gorgeous lady. I couldn't see the face, but I saw the beautiful white hair, long, white, beautiful hair with the white dresses. And when I say dresses, because she wore a couple dresses through her, it sounds to be that I could see her to transfer from the one place to second place and changing the dress through the white again and again and again and again. And to me it was about like, what is the message is all about, why I dreamed about her. And then I didn't know exactly how and which way. Then I asked again, can you please tell me what is all about? Can you just please tell me why I had you in my dream and who are you? So next day, not, but the second day, I dreamed about her again. And she said, where white became light. I woke up and I felt like, oh my God, what is that? And again, I back to sleep. And she come back again and says, where white became light. And it was exactly when I started to heal cancer patients. That was exactly when I started to heal animals. That was exactly when I healed, when I got the results as a healer, that how strongly things got exactly what we want. So, and that was a message to me. If you want to heal people, then they're white. And I felt that, okay, maybe it's just a matter of timing when I'm touching them. But then when I ask, I receive the messages and says, no, until you die. You wear white until you die, because it sounds to me that something activated in my mind, in my body, to be a healer, to heal disease that doctor says there is no way to heal. That's why I'm wearing white until I die. Well, my message to singing people is about don't give up, because and if you guys have any bad experience in the past, that doesn't mean that it's going to continue, because life is just about you, and is about that how you look at the life and your passion what you had. So let's say that people come back and say, well, you know what, I've been hurt, I've been raped, I've been abused, I've been this. My advice to all of them is about stop to say I've been is a past. I don't want you to live in the past, because past is past. It's just going to give you more blame and anxieties. And then what you want to do from now on, do you know exactly what you want from the new guy? Because many of those clients that I have, they may say, well, I don't know, I just want a real man. And who's the real man for you? A real man is about to be a very wealthy man but kind of stupid, or a man that has everything. People says, oh, I want to have everything together. What I says, well, lady, everything means everything to you, but you have to be specifically and significantly know exactly what you want from that guy. So for those who are single today and kind of give up because they don't know exactly what to do and where to go because there is no man, well, of course there is. And of course you can make it. And of course you can find your twin flame, your soulmate, the man that you are going to be connected for whole life. But it's all about give and receive. For a woman who wants to just receive and be as a receiver, they are not going to go anywhere. Even the man that comes from the Holy Spirit and trying to be a perfect model is not going to make you happy. So you have to first be happy on your own skin before you date anyone. And if you are not happy in your own skin, then please don't date anyone, because you destroy your life and destroy that person's life as well. be happy in your own skin, and then start dating and feel and receive the moment that you want. So the art, exactly as I said, the art of receiving is giving. I love horses a lot. I did from age 10, actually. I would love to follow everywhere, look in every magazines to see, because to me horses was a beautiful, gorgeous spirit, and I felt like the way that they are, their muscles, their beautiful eyes, they hypnote me, like, you know, like hypnotizing you when you're talking to them. And when I was there for the first time, when I was like touching my first actually horse to see exactly like how it's going to be the feelings, it was just like I think I was 13, and kind of I was scared at the beginning because I was a little girl and that the horse was completely like tall, muscle, and it's like, but the only way that I could connect to that horse and feel completely in love with it was his eyes. So from there I could see and feel the eyes of, you know, every single horses that I could even see through the magazine, through actually, you know, TV shows and everywhere, that I am connected to them. And believe me or not, it was so cool because every time when I'm manifesting or want to manifest about something, the first things that come to my mind, that was the beautiful eyes of horses. And specifically the first time that I met my first horse at the age of 13, I always remind about that beautiful eyes. Every single of horses has a significant eyes, which telling you about who you are and what to do to get better. Many of horse owners asking me, well, how can you tell to my horse? Because I told him before in the past, I told her, but they are not listening. But they do listen to you right away, right now, and it's all about connection. So your horse and the way that your horse come to your life, it means a lot. That means something for you. That you are connected to your horse in the past life. That means that this horse may gonna tell you something or some messages that many of those owners doesn't know how to connect with. That's exactly what I'm doing. Many of those horses wants to be famous. They are jumper. They want to win. Their owners would love to win. They have a desire to win. Well, but they want to make sure that the horse exactly understood the fact that what exactly his or her desires is, and that is my role to go hypnotizing horses and telling him and her exactly what to do and not to do to make her happiest or feel healthiest or wealthiest, whatever she or he wants. So that is exactly what I did. At the same time, I heal horses a lot. Horses with the pain, emotional pain, physical pain, and any pains that maybe a doctor couldn't really do anything with them. I could, and I did, and I succeed, and I'm happy for that. That's why I'm very connected to horses. I am strongly connected to their energies, and I can do everything that goes from my power to make them, both horse and horse owners, happiest together and having and fulfill their desires. Okay, the way that you guys can see me or talk to me or find me is in 3 ways. Okay, the first way is Avid Advice. AvidAdvice.com is an online platform that you guys could just call, chat, and ask any questions you guys have. Many of you guys may not living in California, or maybe you are located in Europe. Many of you guys may be in Australia, maybe in another state. So it's kind of very hard for you guys to fly here and just say, well, you know, Fiona, can you just ask this, you know, just answer these questions. So you can call and chat with me anytime and no time. I'm always online 24 hours and 7 days because of all the clients that I have worldwide. Then, you know, they're going to be the shortest, the nicest, and maybe for you, the easiest. And the second is my radio shows, which is people calling and listening to my radio shows for half an hour. But unfortunately, not people can find me easily there because there's tons of people that waiting on the line to trying to have a convo with me. And the third one, which is the best ever one you can think and imagine, is a face-to-face meeting in my wellness center with my team in Corona Del Mar and in Avid Awakening. So we do a lot for you guys. We will do and touch your soul, your body, and your emotion, and get you closer to yourself. So that's why I'm receiving a lot of emails after that says, well, Fiona, I would love to see you again. I would love to talk to you again and see your team, because after I went home, I just been somebody else. And of course, this person can't come back all the time. So what they are doing, they calling me on Avid Advice after that, and they asking again for other, subject and object what they have in their life, and they want to make sure that if they can make it as a progress. So that is exactly what I'm doing, and that is exactly what I did all my life until now. But of course, Avid Awakening is much better because you are guys going to meet me. We both can exchange energies. We are going to hike, and we are going to see exactly what type of need you have and what we could do to make you happiest, healthiest, wealthiest, and get connected to your own soul. Welcome to Avid Awakening, a beautiful, gorgeous wellness center who will adjust you mentally, emotionally, and physically. Also, it will help you to manifest your finance, anything and everything you desire for. This place is a very beautiful place which is located in Corona Del Mar. So please book your appointment today.
to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
And now, Australia's psychic cowgirl with Tanya Reid. Live from Australia's PsychicCowgirl.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Australia's Psychic Cowgirl on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
G'day, Tanya Reeves, Australia's Psychic Cowgirl, coming at you from home today in Sunday Creek. And I've just popped my iPad up today because my stand decided to give way. So if it falls over, we know why. So anyway, hopefully everyone's had a good start to this year. It's been a little bit, for many there's that feeling of being a little bit out of sorts because we are into it's almost like a new century, new, decade. So there's a lot of new stuff coming in. So for some of us, we might be feeling a bit ungrounded, a little bit emotional. We had a chat about that this morning on my show with Tony. And a lot of people related to that, feeling a little bit anxious too for some. For me, I felt really lazy and really I found it hard to get motivated. So it's a bit of mixture of that. And then the things that I'm really passionate about, I'm jumping up and down about. So getting that balance. So that's pretty interesting. We've still got fires going over here, but we have had a great band of a lot of rain. Praying that it was received in the areas that it's desperately needed. I know it's helped us to fill our water tanks and get a little bit of moisture in the ground. It's just been so dry, and not only here but everywhere. And we're hoping for the fires that we can get that over and done with. On my show today, I've shared a link. I've been fortunate enough to be invited to help with a fundraiser for the wildlife here in Australia. And we have got some amazing mediums coming on board, and we're doing it's a 12-hour webinar. So it's raising money for the animals that have been hurt. There's a lot of ongoing care that for a lot of the wildlife that is really necessary to make sure they recover, and also the habitat and things like that. So we're really banding together some amazing names. We've got Lisa Williams, we've got Scott Alexander King, we've got Carmel Baird and her lovely daughter. We've got some amazing other psychics and mediums from here in Australia, and everyone's coming together, and I was honoured to be asked as well. So that was really exciting, and I'm really excited to be part of it. So it is January the 19th for you guys in the US, Canada time. So I have put the link on just so that you will know. Here in Australia, we'll be starting at 6 a.m. on the Monday. So the Monday, being that we're a day different. And, please check it out, and I'd love you to share it if you could for me. That'd be really great. The more that we can get involved in this and jump on board, and, you've got the chance of winning readings with some, like I said, some amazing psychics and mediums. So it's a great way for the industry to be giving back, and it's been a wonderful idea of Scott's to say, let's put our hand up, let's all give back so that we can raise some money for such a great cause. So we're really excited and very grateful for Scott and his wife Trudy for giving us this opportunity. So if you have a look, I have put the link on my show here, and I'm sure Connie always shares our events, so it will be shared throughout the A1R Psychic Radio feed, I'm quite sure. So that's exciting. So I really can't wait, and we are looking forward to raising some great funds on that, at that event, I should say. So get on board. It's going to be a lot of fun, and you get a lot of insights in all of us together. The energy is going to be just amazing. So, and it's for a good cause, so that's all really good. Okay, I'm going to go on to my first reader, and I've got Jody in Wisconsin Rapids, Wisconsin. I think I've pronounced that right. Hi, Jody.
Yeah, you did good.
I've got to get my lips around some of the names over there. It's like I'm learning, and I downloaded a map the other week, and I went, I'm going to study. There's so many states over there to remember. we've just got 5 over here. So as you can imagine, it's pretty, we're pretty basic. So I get a bit confused on where on earth everyone's from. So I'm endeavouring to learn because, the more you learn, the easier it is.
Yeah.
So, Jody, connecting for you today, did you have something you wanted me to specifically focus on for you?
You're the one doing the reading?
Yeah.
Or what if,
I love
it. Just pretty much past loved ones.
Yeah, okay, yeah. And also as guidance there for you, because it's like before you started talking, I'm like going, there's some big shifts for you this year. So I feel like there's something that's almost like they're bringing in going, there's some exciting opportunities for you. So I'm not sure whether you're aware of what they are yet. I feel like possibly you're not. And there's things stepping up that are going to bring about some really positive changes for you. As far as spirit goes, can I ask, is it your mum in spirit? Because I've got a lady stepping up first for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. It's like she wasn't waiting, so she's like jumping in. All right. Oh, what a gorgeous soul. Okay, let me tune into mum. Oh, there's a lot of, okay. I'm going to I'll bring to you what she's bringing into me, and I won't try and decipher it, okay, because she's really wanting to connect in with you. And I do want to say she's showing me she's been trying to get through to you, or she's been giving you signs. So when they show me that, it's like she's putting her hand up to say, I'm really giving her signs and helping her. And I want to say the way she's coming across is like you've really been through, there's been a bit of a struggle towards the end of last year, and it's like she's around you for that, and she wants you to know I'm always there. And it's like she always has been there for you, and she certainly always will be there for you. And there's a real I have to laugh at her tenacity, because it's almost like there's a real what we call like pissed off attitude with that. Damn it, my life got cut short. I did not want to. I was not ready to go. I had so much more to do. So it's like she had plans. Yeah, she had. It's like, she really feels like, I've been shortchanged about this, and I'm not impressed about it, because I had, all these things she still wanted to do. And is it you that's got the daughter, or there's a little girl as well around?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, because she's acknowledging
what about
the little girl.
Yeah.
Yeah, and she communicates with that little girl. I feel like she's quite psychic and open to messages and things. So I almost feel like I want to say to you to listen to what she comes through with, because it's almost like she communicates to your mum readily and picks up things, and is quite, without realising at a young age, but she's quite open to the communication with spirit. And I want to say,
who is my daughter?
Yeah, with your daughter.
My grandma? Yeah, my daughter is?
Yeah.
She's able to?
Yeah, we've got, she's acknowledging the young girl. Is that your daughter?
Yeah.
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 So it's like there's an acknowledgement around her. So what that means too is your daughter would be quite sensitive and quite spiritual. So there's a lot of younger ones now that almost, they're born with that it's almost like an extra sensitive psychic side. And
my daughter does have that.
Yeah, and it's like that's easy for her to communicate with her. So it's beautiful. And it's also she's showing me. I just want to go back to what she was showing me before, because she's saying to me, "Don't forget." I feel like she was one. She liked the details, because she's making sure that I'm getting this clear and right for you. So it's like it's very important.
Okay. It is very important.
It's like that. Yeah, and okay. There's something about. So have you moved, or where does the movement fit in? Because I feel like she's showing me. There's something around I'm moving, or I'm packing boxes, or doing something. What are you doing at the moment?
Cleaning, trying to get things, the boxes.
Yep.
She's showing you boxes, and
yeah, she's
not
showing
good.
you boxes.
Yeah, and it's
like
bad.
you're not. Sorry, I missed that.
Is it negative with the boxes?
No, not at all. She's just acknowledging that there's packing up to do, and sometimes that shows me that there's something around movement with that, or it can just be that you're packing things up and almost like I'm letting go of stuff I don't need anymore. But it's
I am. Yes, I am.
Yeah.
She notices that, like I'm trying to declutter and not hoard, and yeah.
And that's wonderful that you're doing it because she's acknowledging that. Yeah, and she's around you. And when they show you that, it's like she's referencing the boxes because she's with you when this happens. And I feel like, was she organised? Like, I know she liked attention to detail, but was she a very organised person herself?
Oh, she didn't lose things. I mean, she was, and I would lose everything. And she always said, put your keys in the same pocket every time, like,
Yeah, so it's like she's around you. Yeah, and because I almost feel like she's laughing, going, she's telling you, get rid of that, and there's been some things you've gone, oh, but I might need that one day, or, random things. And it's almost like she's giving you a prod. And I do want to reference with that, something around, there was something you were questioning about whether you were going to keep, and it's almost like she broke it or she made something happen so that you had to get rid of it. It was quite funny. It was like something you didn't need anyway.
She broke it?
Yeah. So
she broke something of mine?
Yeah, it's like there was something you were questioning. You weren't going to get rid of it, or you were like going, oh, maybe I'll keep that, and then you've gone to get it, or you've gone to, like make a decision on it and it was broken, or it was just what she's showing me. It's like, she's like, I had to do that to get it and get rid of that. But I feel like it was a bigger thing, not just a tiny thing.
It wasn't a funny thing?
I don't think it was a tiny, like I feel like it was something that took up a bit of room. She's like telling me you needed to get it out of the space. So there was something, it's just like she sabotaged something that you really didn't need anyway. But it's like she put her hand up to go, I had to do that for her to get rid of it.
I know. I believe I know what you're talking about, yeah.
Yeah. She's quite funny. So it's like she's quite proud of the fact that even though she's in the spirit world, she's able to come through for you and give you these little signs. And I do feel like...
I had a feeling, yeah. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, beautiful.
Yeah,
beautiful.
She's definitely always looking out for me. I bet she, I can see her laughing about that, yeah. She tries to keep me in line and keep me focused. she's definitely, yeah.
And she will be there to help you. So, like when you're struggling with things, or if you want to make those changes, even just every night before you go to bed, just call her in and say, okay, give me some signs, help me be able to step into this. Because for you, there's some really great things coming this year. But there are going to be, it's like she's showing me she's going to be pushing you a bit. So you might be resistant to change, or you might say, I can't do that. And she's like, no, tell her I'll be behind her. So it's like she's giving you that push to say, don't doubt, you've got this and it will be okay. But it is time for you to change things up.
Yes, it is. Yeah. And she always was there for me.
Yeah, and she still is. So, and all those signs that she's given me, my goodness, for a spirit to be able to come through that strongly and, be able to make things happen like she has, there's no stopping her. So she will definitely be letting you know. And it's like she's a yes or no person. We're not, in between. So
does she? What does she think of Kate? What does she think of Kate? And can you ask her? Can she?
Sorry, what was that?
What does she think of Caden? My son.
Partner?
She didn't get to see my son. I found out I was pregnant with him a few hours before she passed.
Wow. Okay, all right. So this is Hayden.
Caden.
Your son. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. She's telling me he's a special one.
Yes, he is.
Yeah. So she's acknowledging. So even though she wasn't physically here, in spirit she was. She also wants to say there was something around when you had him, It was almost like she intervened with something. So I don't know whether you had an ongoing labour or there was something that was almost like...
it was horrible.
Yeah, and it's like she stepped in to help you.
Oh, yeah, it was, and I begged them to help me. I couldn't get them out, and
yep.
Finally they did, and I don't know how they helped me, because they wouldn't, and it was awful.
She had a hand in that, so I feel like she was there going, in spirit, I'm going to make this happen. So, because she's just showing me that it was really hard, and then it suddenly, that it transpired that she was able to step in and help you. And she loves him, and there's something around, so how old's Hayden now? Are we looking at around 2, or is he a bit older than that?
Yes, he just turned 2 a few days ago.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Cool. He's like 2. He's got some real a quirkiness around him, which it's like she's laughing. It's like beautiful things. Like, so if he hasn't shown it already, it's like he's going to have a specific way he does things, and it's going to be his way.
Yeah.
So he's very much he's put on this earth to make his mark, and he's not going to be persuaded otherwise. So that shows me a strong sense of character. He knows where he needs to be, and he's going to be doing it. So as a mum, you would just have to stand back, and he's going to do what he needs to do, which is great.
Oh my God! Yeah, that's exactly how he is. He's a character.
Yeah.
He's hilarious.
We need more of him. So it's great. So he
does what he wants.
Oh no, it's my absolute pleasure. But there's no stopping her coming through. I mean, you've got others there in spirit as well, but she's kind of like the one to be the organizer and really be the strong one to get those signs through to you. And she's very good at it. She's great.
She is, and she's always been like my guardian angel since the day I was born.
Yeah.
She's everything to me, and I miss her so much.
Yeah, and she's definitely still that. So things you can do, with her being in spirit, if you feel a bit of a sense of, not being able to connect, do the things that you had the most fun creating memories with her. Pull things out of boxes that you might have of hers and, put them on display, mix it up a little bit, things like that help us, in our physical human world to be able to connect with their energy. And anything that's been a part of their life, a bit of psychometry, we get a lot of energy from. So don't doubt she's definitely around, but if you feel a little bit like, oh, hang on, I'm not sure about the guidance, do something as a memory in honor of her. You'll bring it through strong. Okay? But you've got this, and she's very confident with you this year. So she really wants me to say that, tell you you've got this. And, there's some really cool stuff coming up. So I want you to be open to, it's almost like you need to be saying yes to things.
I need to what?
Say yes. When opportunities come, to say yes, right? Don't get in your head about it. Don't overthink things.
Oh, I'm sorry, what?
All right? Don't overthink things. So, when you get opportunities come up and, right, don't overthink it. Just say yes and worry about the details later. That's your mantra this year. It really needs to be quite strong, and that's what she's showing me. All right, I must go on to my second caller. Thank you so much, Jody. I hope
thank you. Thank you.
Clarity. Blessings to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ed. Thank you.
My pleasure. My pleasure. All right, Praneeth in Fairborn, Ohio is my next caller. How are you?
Good. How are you doing this evening?
Good. Did I pronounce it right, Praneeth? Is that how we
say
your name?
Yes, you pronounced it perfectly.
That's lovely, Dave, our producer. He spells it out for me because he knows that, I'm in a spiritual mode, so then the pronunciation and things like that become a little bit out there to connect in with. So yeah. So what can I help you with today? Was there something specific, or do you want me to just connect in?
No, I was just wondering if you had any messages for me from my son. He passed away in 2016.
Oh, wow. Okay. Can I just have his first name?
His name is Aaron.
Aaron?
Aaron, yes.
Okay. All right. Let's connect him with Aaron. Oh, so it's been 4 years since he passed. Okay. He has, and I know there's nothing like a mother's love, but he's showing me the connection that you and him had was very, very, very strong. There's something he wants me to pass on to you. Was there something around prior to him passing? Was there a little bit of I feel like he's acknowledging he wishes he had either been closer to you prior to him passing or more connected. I feel like there was something that he wasn't able to connect to you, or there was something around just prior to him passing that he's showing me that he wishes he had have done.
He was just around the few family members that I just wasn't comfortable with, and I worried a lot, and so I think it caused him to move differently. I think it caused him not to tell me things.
Yeah, yes, because it's like, and did he sort of push you away? Because that's the feeling I feel like he didn't take enough notice of you, and that's what he's acknowledging now in spirit to say, I wish I didn't do that. I wish I had taken mum more on board and not, and I know at that age it is very much a thing of there's that little bit of a distance that they have, with us as mums, but it's like he's acknowledging that because you and him had a real soft spot, and I know that's a fairly common thing to say about a mum, but it's like he's acknowledging you were one of the few people that really understood him, and I feel like there was an aspect that he could open to you more so. I feel like he maybe didn't open up a lot to others. He was a little bit more, he had that overthinking within his head, but it's like he could share things with you, he's showing me. Does that make sense? Oh. Let me see what else we're picking up. Okay. See if we can get Bernice back. Hi, Bernice. We've got you back again.
Oh, yes. Thank you. Thank you.
No, that's fine. It's like he opened up to you. Does that resonate? Like, I feel like he could.
It does. Very much so. Very much so. We were like best friends. We were so close.
Yeah. Can I also say he acknowledged as I was sitting there when we lost you for that minute, it's like he was showing me that there was an aspect of he lived life to the full, or it's almost like he came into this world with that, I'm here for a good time, not a long time. There's some reference to that he's showing me.
It always seemed that way too, with like a charmed life that was led too fast or something. And I remember he would always tell me he had this thing about getting old, like he did not want to get old. And I was always like, Aaron, there's only one alternative to getting old. And he would give me this look. And, and we would go on into our conversations about other things. But when I lost him, that's one thing that, that was always in my mind, that I never felt like he was meant to be here for a long time. Like you said, but the time that he was here, he was just a joy.
Yeah. And it's like that's what he's showing me. It's like he knew that, it's not that he, like when they show me that, it's not that they definitely know that there's that something's going to happen, but it's like they've just got this intuition part of them that is, kicks in from being born to go, I'm here to do what I need to do. And It's almost like there's that little bit of an acceptance crossing over, even though, it doesn't help you being here and him not being here with you. It's just like that's what he wants to acknowledge. He's also got a bit of a sense of humour, so I do feel like I want to say to you, he does some funny things around the house, and not just little things, like he's putting his hand up to make some funny situations happen because he likes to see you laugh.
Okay, I can understand that. Can you ask him? I don't know if you...
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. Oh, no, you go ahead. I'm sorry. Oh, I asked him if I found this stone on his birthday a year after he left in the yard. And it's really just a stone, and it's heart-shaped. And he used to buy me heart-shaped jewelry. And I had the stone cage, and I wear it around my neck. And I truly believe that he sent it to me on that day. And could you ask him, is that true?
Yes, it is true. Definitely true.
It is true.
He's going, you know that. But there's also been, not just that birthday, he said he has nothing quite as big as that, but he has sent other gifts to you. So it's like he's acknowledging that something that he likes to do. And I feel like I'm saying not just on birthdays, so this is possibly even on his birthday in remembrance of him, because he's also laughing, saying it's all about him. So I don't know whether that was how he was in life, but it's like he likes to make it about him. So it's which is gorgeous.
Yeah, that would be him.
Yeah. So it's like it's about him, and so that's where it's like it's got to be his birthday that he does these things, not just yours. So definitely the signs. And there was a real spiritual aspect to him, and I feel that even now. So whether he necessarily had a spiritual belief, I don't know, but it's like he's very comfortable over there to be able to send you through information and things. And he wants to look after you in spirit. And he says, tell Mum I'm here, I'm looking after you, and he's going to make things all right. So I feel like there's something that's transpiring at the moment that he's going to work out for you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Does he visit with his son? He had a son that he never got to see.
Yeah. He's making it right now. So, especially for you. It's very paramount that he connects with you and he helps you through life. So it's like keep communicating. He's telling you talk to him all the time, and he knows that. So, it's really important to know he's always around. He has fun with you.
Thank you. I believe that. I really do.
Yeah, absolutely. He's very strong in spirit, so don't doubt. Nothing is a coincidence with him, man. He's coming through really strong, so don't doubt or overthink things. If it feels like a sign, it definitely is. Now, I have to wrap up because I've run out of time, and I do apologise for that because I love connecting mums and sons. I'm a mum myself, but please know he's always around.
Thank you, Tanya. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Send me a message on my Facebook page and I can elaborate a bit more for you over the next few days. That's Australia's Psychic Cowgirl. You're more than welcome to. Thank you very much.
Okay,
all right.
Thank you so much.
Roll. Thank you. Thanks, everyone, for listening. Tonya Reeves signing off at Sunday Creepy. I'll see you same time, same place next week. Woohoo!
to A1R A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. And now, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with Reverend Elliot. Live from magic-works.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888
or our websites,
ask1radio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Greetings, fellow seekers of truth, wisdom, and light. This is Reverend Elliot coming to you live from the city of New York, where, let me see, it's a little late now. It's been a week, but I bet if I open up my window, because I'm so near Times Square, I do this every year, I could probably hear the echoes of the million people who are out there. Let's see. Oh, yeah, the echo is still bouncing around the concrete canyons of the city of New York. So here we are in the third decade of the 21st century. Now, if that doesn't sound like Buck Rogers' time, I don't know. I mean, I still remember when I had to call a guy to put a new tube into the TV set, and here we are in the solid state environment of the third decade of the 21st century. I am glad to be here. I missed a few shows. I should explain that to everybody. I was getting along nice and peacefully and happy, and everything was going well just before Christmas when my doorbell, and who was there but Mr. Influenza, knocked me out, and I had and not terrible flu. I had a year and a half ago, I think it was. I had the worst flu of my life, but this was bad enough. You could probably hear my voice is a little raspy still, and my nose is a little clogged. But I'm here. I was afraid that if I went on the air, I would give everybody else a flu. I know it doesn't work that way, but I feel that way. I feel a bond between the people I talk to and myself, and I would hate to get you infected. But we've got a lot of new stuff coming up for this year. I've got plans for 2020. One of the things tarot does so well is it lets you look into the future. And I didn't need that for this. I have my own plans for the future, and I'm going to explain to you. I've been doing this for a number of years now, and strictly radio. I'm just a radio guy. I love radio. I just it's so intimate, and it's just my voice in your head and your voice coming back to me. It's beautiful. And but I'm going to force myself into the 21st century, and I will be doing a few video shows this year. So you can see me messing around with the cards. You can see me doing that. We're working out the details just to get a good look, but I will be doing that. I am so into radio that I once did a time travel meditation not all that long ago, and I went back to 1946, and I attended the recording of a Bing Crosby radio show in Rockefeller Center in Radio City. How do you like them apples? Anybody can do it. And by the way, that was the whole thing. Bing Crosby owned the rights to the thing called a tape recorder. Look into that sometime. It's like the guy wasn't rich enough, right? He owned the tape recorder. The tape recorder, nobody cared about it for radio. They wanted it to be live. But Crosby was notoriously lazy, and he loved the idea that a tape recorder meant that he didn't have to do the show at any particular time. He could do it at his own convenience. So I went back in time, and I had a ball. I had a great time doing that. And now, how do you do time travel meditation? Simple. Now, if you think I'm going to say I've written a book on that and go right into a plug, forget it. This is not a plug for me at all. There's a wonderful book out there. It's been around for years and years. It's a slim little volume, and it's called Practical Time Travel. You should check that out. You can find it at used book places, websites. eBay generally has a few of them. They're not expensive at all, and it'll provide you with wonderful experiences. It's called Practical Time Travel. One of the most interesting things that I found you can do with it is go back to things in your life that you wish you could redo. Now, for those of you who say it's all in your mind, everything is all in your mind. Everything we see is, this is going to sound freaky, but everything we see and hear and smell and touch and taste is just a hallucination that our brain creates based on the sensory input that these organs, our eyes and ears and skin receive, because it's all happening. Now, the real question is the mind alone, or is everybody's mind connected? Now, we've all had that experience where we say, this happened to me just a few days ago. We were sitting here discussing a friend of ours in Chicago, and the phone rang, and guess who it was? Our friend from Chicago. So we've all had those things happen. So the question is there such a thing as a group mind? And you can find some interesting discussions on YouTube about that. Just look into, what is his name? Sheldrake, Rupert Sheldrake. He's a scientist who is so radical in his thinking that other scientists have called for his books to be burned. How do you like that for the Dark Ages? You don't even need to go back to Galileo, folks. There's a scientist operating today who is called a heretic. There's a wonderful article in a British newspaper about him that refers to him as going against scientific dogma. Now, what in the world is science doing with dogma? Forget it. So now I'm bringing this up for several reasons. Most of them are self-serving, of course. People who are really severely into science, and that's just a cop-out as far as I'm concerned. It's just a way to avoid reality as we make it. They will tell you that things like tarot don't work. They will tell you that things like telekinesis, making things move with your mind, doesn't work. I don't know how to say it other than it works. That sounds like a silly argument, but anybody can do it and anyone can try it. And if you can, let's say it's imagination, all of this stuff like time travel through meditation. It has been shown time and again in the world of science that imagining an event happening to you has exactly the same effect on your body as actually having that experience happen, because there's no difference. Everything we see is our mind. I go into that. Here comes the plug. I go into that in my own book called Reverend Elliot Explains It All, about the nature of reality and what it is and what it isn't. We make it, but reality is what we all agree upon. Reality is the hallucination that we find in common. Now the question is, do we all see the same thing? It gets deep. And science won't go into that because they feel it's mystic. It's the province of religion, they think, which is, what overlaps more between science and religion than quantum physics? Mercifully, that's breaking down these barriers that have been erected since the Dark Ages. So that's good. And we're going to engage in a practical demonstration of that today. That's right. Right now, we're going to be reading the tarot cards. Now, remember, I said that looking at tarot, you can see the future, but you can also do something if you don't like what you see. You can do something if you do like what you see. You can make it stronger. You can make it better. The future is a very strange thing because it doesn't really exist. It's always now. It's like that, remember from Alice in Wonderland, or was it Alice Through the Looking Glass? The law was jam yesterday and jam tomorrow, but never jam today. It's like that sign they used to have in the old saloons that said free beer tomorrow, and then you come back tomorrow, ask for free beer. See, there goes the remnants of that flu, and they'll point to the sign and say, "Sorry, Mac, free beer tomorrow." And that's the nature of time. That is actually one of the most profound examples of why we shouldn't be wasting so much time fretting about the future, since the future never really comes in that regard. But we can take a look at what the potential future is. That's the beauty of tarot. People have been using tarot cards for hundreds, some say thousands of years. You can also see that in my book, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window, which is a book that'll teach you how to do what you hear me doing here every week when I'm, erect, when I'm upright, when I'm not horizontal with a thermometer in my mouth. Pardon me. There it goes again. So I'm just glad to be back. I want to say Happy New Year to everybody. And, I slept through my birthday even. I was just so sick. My birthday falls shortly after New Year's. So it's always a New Year for me. No, here's the good news, though. I've been doing readings for people. This is the time of year that people get readings to look at private readings to look into the year ahead. And so because so many people do it only this time of year, I take 15% off the price, and I call it my year-end special. But I'm pushing that forward a little bit. I think I had to do the same thing last year. I get these colds and flus like clockwork at New Year. So I'm expanding that. So we're going to keep it going into 2020. So if you want to contact me for a private reading, anywhere from a $10 email reading all the way up to an hour or more, you can check out the prices at magic-works.com, magick-works.com. There's a whole bunch of stuff there at my website that I do. Then we'll knock off 15%. If you want to take off a little more, we'll take off a little more. It's a new year. We got to celebrate. We've got to give back. We're going to do something to honor the return of the whole cycle. It's January again, my favorite month. Honestly, I don't know why January is my favorite month, except I like it. Maybe it's because I like beginnings, which is kind of odd because I really don't like change. I mean, I find change inordinately stressful. And yet here I enjoy when the calendar flips and it's new. So there you go. Time for some readings. Here's what we're going to do, what we do every show. I'm going to ring a bell 3 times to declare sacred space. I've already got some candles burning. I've got the frankincense burning. Oh, we've got a beautiful environment to get mystical and look into the future and look into the past and look into our lives. That rarely happens, by the way. People rarely consult a tarot reader to look into the past, but we can do that. That kind of stuff is fun. So anyway, we are going to declare sacred space as the show goes on. I'll tell you a bit more about what I do, how you can contact me, how you can find books that will help change your life. But let's dive right into it because I miss doing this. And now we're going to pull back the curtain on the magical window for our first reading, and that is for Alyssa in St. Louis, Missouri. Hi, Alyssa. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hello.
Hi. How you doing tonight?
How are you? I'm okay. How are you?
I'm doing well. Like I said, I was knocked out with a flu for a couple of weeks, but I'm back, and I'm glad to be back. So what can I look at for you?
Well, I just recently lost my grandpa.
Oh.
Yeah.
Sorry to hear that.
He was oh, thank you.
So would you like to look to see if there's anything surrounding that?
Yes, please.
Okay, let's see what we've got. I'm going to shuffle up the cards a bit. So you're looking particularly for a message from him?
Yes. Uh-huh.
Okay, so let's see. I always preface these kind of readings by saying I don't do them very often, but when the cards give definite indications that I can do it, I enjoy doing that because there's so much. There's so little we know about the other side, as we put it. But let's just see what we've got here. Well, I'm getting cards. They're fascinating cards. First and foremost, there are 2 cards that I look for when I do readings of this sort to see if I'm on the right track. And one of them is the death card, which, of course, symbolically will refer to passing. And I just got that card. So we're on the right track here. Oddly enough, now the cards I got are very happy. They're showing growth and movement and energy and success and a person who's in a place that's very contented. The Ace of Cups is there, which is the beginning of happiness and joy and emotion, positive emotions. The Seven of Rods is a person who can sweep away all obstacles, and the World is a card that means great success. And of course, in terms of death, now, this is the other card that I talk about. I said there are 2 cards I look for when I do this kind of reading. The other one is the High Priestess, which is a person who sees behind the veil, and I just got that card too. So this is a reassurance that, yes, I am making contact here on your behalf. And I'm seeing a person who is content and who is happy. And there's a card here called the 4 of Swords, which is about a person who is taking a break from things. In life readings, that's, it's about time to pull back and relax and let things just to percolate. And that's what I'm seeing, is that we're seeing a person who the struggles are over. The Seven of Rods is about sweeping away obstacles, which means troubles and obstacles. But it's a good card, but it still meant that there were obstacles. So what I'm seeing is somebody whose troubles are over, who's relaxing, who is, the world means you're part of the whole world now, and the Ace of Cups means of a happy time. I think that what we're seeing here is a person who has run his course on Earth, and in the next phase of existence is quite content and quite happy and doing quite well. Now that could lead to something new. It could continue, but I'm not getting anything indicating any terrible suffering or loss or pain. I'm seeing somebody who has just naturally gone to the next side, and the High Priestess shows that we are looking at the life behind the veil. What kind of person was he?
He was a very happy person. He always was smiling. He struggled. He was sick for a very long time. He had cancer.
Yeah.
So he always, when he was in and out of the hospital, he was always smiling in his hospital bed. He always tried to make everyone else smile.
Well, that's absolutely perfect, considering that the card I have here that I started with is the Ace of Cups. The aces are beginnings, and that's happiness and joy. This is a person who made other people happy, and that's reflected in that card. The sweeping away of obstacles, of course, that will relate to the difficulties of the final years because of the illness, but something that he dealt with easily and handily, and took it as it came. And now we see a person who's at rest and at peace, and that's just, it's a beautiful reading that way. And I think there's nothing to be. I mean, obviously, we're always sad when we lose somebody, and nobody should tell you how you should feel about it. But if it's just something to consider, that what the cards are showing is a person who is at peace and who is still happy. That's why it's amazing what you tell me about him, because the first card I had was about great happiness. So there you go. So I think he's doing fine where he is. I hope that helps, Alyssa.
Thank you. Yes, thank you.
And after, as soon as the show is over, I'm going to light a nice white candle to send positive energy in your name to his spirit. How is that?
Thank you.
Thanks for calling.
Thank you.
Bye-bye now.
Bye.
And let's shuffle up the cards. You're listening to Reverend Elliot's Magical Window. Reverend Elliot, that's me, your friendly neighborhood esoteric practitioner. If you want to know more about what I do, and gee, that was a nice reading. And, death is such a creepy thing, because somebody's here and then somebody isn't. There's so much poetry written over the years by people about death, and yet it could very well be the beginning of something else, or the continuation of it. There's there is an old story. I mean old. I don't mean old like black and white television. It's somebody asked the Buddha how many lifetimes we go through, and Buddha said, imagine a mountain, and a bird flies over the mountain with a silk scarf in the bird's beak, and the scarf brushes across the mountain, and the bird appears once every 1,000 years. We exist as long as it takes that scarf to wear down that mountain. Now, that's heavy stuff, So we may be in this for the long haul. We may all be doing this again and again and again. Who knows? But there was an interesting set of cards there. So anyway, you want to know more about what I do and things that I can do for you and with you, check out magic-works.com, magic-works.com. That's where you'll find the price list for tarot readings. And remember, it's 15% off for the new year. Lisa in Santa Fe, New Mexico is next. Hi, Lisa. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, Reverend Elliot. How are you this evening?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight?
I'm great. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. I can't believe it. I still remember celebrating when 1965 rolled around.
You don't.
Another year old.
That was an interesting story you shared about the Buddha and the number of incarnations.
Yeah, that's. I don't know to feel happy or not about that, but don't we ever get signs about that? Don't you? You meet somebody and you get the feeling that you've known them before, and it's things like that are just it's just fascinating to me.
Yeah.
So anyway,
go ahead.
What can we look at tonight?
I'd like to look at career.
Okay. Well, that's interesting because I had just been shuffling the cards while you're doing this, and the first cards I have on top are about money and work. So I think we're on the right track here. So I'll just start with those cards, and then I'll shuffle them up and maybe pull some more here. The first two cards I have are the King of Rods and the King. That you're very good at managing and running your career, your work, and your financial life. The Three of Rods is an interesting card because the threes are fascinating in tarot because they're about completion. And this is about a person who is waiting for something to happen. It's waiting for something new to come along. Now, not just out of nowhere. I mean, this is a person who's planted the seeds and is waiting for them to bear fruit. The traditional picture on many tarot cards is a person looking out over a bay with several ships there, and that person is sending out those ships laden with cargo and will be waiting for the return. The next card I have is the Ace of Rods, which is about a new work. The aces are beginnings, and rods are about career and work. So it looks like there's a new job, new work coming your way. Are you looking for new work?
I'm looking for, I'm a singer, so I'm looking for more opportunities, more gigs, yes, more bookings.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's exactly what I'm seeing here. And you're good at that. You're good at managing both the career and the financial aspect of it. Let me see if I can get you anything deeper here, because so far all they're really doing is telling you things you already know. Well, the Ten of Cups is here. That's a card of perfected happiness. These are good. The Ace of Cups is here. We get a lot of aces for people around the new year. It's because it's time for beginnings. And the Sun, which is a card of growth and healing and all the wonderful things that come from the sun. This looks like it's going to be a very positive year for you career-wise, and a happy one and a fulfilling one.
Well, that's fantastic. Those are some of my favorite cards.
Oh, excellent! They're very upbeat. You must be a very positive person too.
Yeah, I would say so.
So, what kind of singing do you do?
It's jazz.
Mm-hmm.
I've been working with a classical guitarist, and so we're looking at that space in between jazz and classical music, and
wonderful.
Sort of forging our own way.
I knew somebody many years ago who did that. It was a guitarist. I think he played a 12-string guitar. Is there such a thing as 12-string, or is my memory playing tricks on me?
Yes.
Yeah, he was like a wizard to watch, because he would play classical stuff, but it was definitely jazz influenced. So that's heavy stuff. That's beautiful stuff. Well, let me tell you something. I got one more card here for you, which I think you'll like. It's the Nine of Coins. Now, the Nine of Coins is about an investment that pays off. Now, obviously, the investment here is the work you're putting into this, into yourself, and this is a card about it paying off. I think a lot of stuff is going to come together for you this year.
Fantastic. I've definitely been putting in the action, taking the action.
And that's really what it is. That's where it takes. It's that kind of hard work. I was around the entertainment business for years and years, and I've seen this stuff just hit for so many people who were fully prepared for it, because it was just a natural outgrowth of them doing the work. It wasn't, walking down the street and going into Schwab's drugstore and being discovered. You know that a lot of people don't realize that it's a great deal of work. All the professional actors I knew spent more time auditioning than actually acting, and they would still take classes because it's all about the work, and you're doing the work. That's why, you see, there's nothing glamorous in these cards. These are cards about work. And you're doing the work, and that's the first sign of success, is just doing the work.
Yeah, it's true. It's only glamorous when you look at it from the outside.
Well, that's the illusion that it was projected. You know, I mean, there's that famous line from George Burns about success in show business. He said, the key to success is sincerity. Once you can fake that, you've got it made.
Is in what?
He says, sincerity is the key to success. Once you can fake that, you've got it made. So, but there's a lot of truth in just the idea that it's about a lot of work and work. Now, let me tell you this. I've pulled a couple more cards here. And one card that I find interesting is the Seven of Cups. And that's telling me that you have a lot of ideas. And that your mind is filled with ideas. And they may not all be very focused, because it's a card of unfocused ideas. It's a card that a lot of people don't like. I love that card, because I'd rather have a whole bunch of ideas and then none at all, and just pick a couple and zero in on them. And that's what I see that you're going to do. And that's your strength, is that you can imagine something and make it happen. You can see something and create and make it go. And I'm seeing seeing hard work and success here. I mean, the Sun card is definitely about success. Now, this is just this one more card I'll leave you with, but you see, this is only telling you what you know. The Six of Swords is here. That's a card about movement. That's a card that's not. That's the one that people used to say, you're going to take a trip by sea. That's the most literal possible definition of that card, as you know. But it's really about getting yourself from where you are to where you want to be through your own willpower and your own mind power. And you're doing it. And there's nothing that demonstrates to me, as a person who couldn't carry a tune in the proverbial bucket, there's nothing that is more a sign of mental discipline than being able to sing. Because you've taken, all you people who can really sing are taking talking to a new level. And I think it's a very spiritual level. And the vibrations are a whole different thing. It's beautiful. Singing heals people. Singing is healthy. Music heals. There's no doubt about that. And that is one.
I couldn't agree. I couldn't agree more.
Yeah, that is one gift. You know, there was, probably one of the more famous entertainers of the 20th century who is fallen into disrepute, although his records still sell like crazy, was Al Jolson. And I only mention him now because everybody remembers from the movies and all his, when they think of him at all, that tagline, the world's greatest entertainer. But I researched his career once. I saw his scrapbooks at the Lincoln Center Library, the Billy Rose Theater Collection. And in the earlier days of his career, the tagline they used to promote him was "good for what ails you." Now, you see, there's a guy, that's because of the connection with the audience. Good for what ails you is really summed it up. And you have power.
Thank you. I think that, for me, the level that I'm practicing at now, it's really about taking that energy that comes through the audience and through me and connecting it through this vehicle of music. And it's a glorious thing, and it feels like it is healing for myself, for the audience.
Oh, it's definitely vibratory. This is why
uplifting.
Yeah, this is why people sing in churches, and this is why religious ceremonies have singing, and it's a very important thing. Even though it's like I said, I'll sing quietly, but it's
I never sing, no matter what.
And listening to it is good. And something, a lot of people, there are people who have now in our society, because of the technology, have lived their whole life without ever actually hearing a live singer. Even if they go to a concert these days, they're really listening to an amplified recorded voice in many cases. But to actually hear it right in front of you live, that is such a rush. I can only urge people to go to as many small restaurants and cafes or little performance venues where there is live music and get into it, because it's a game changer. especially if you're down. Even if someone is singing, even if they're singing sad songs, there is a connection. As a person who I spent years performing as a talker, but there was that connection between the audience and the performer. If you don't make that connection, there are a lot of people I knew who wouldn't do that. They were performers and they would keep a wall between them and the audience. And I would ask them, what are you doing it for? If you're doing, and they say, well, I want to be rich and famous. I say, well, good luck with that. That's not what it's about. That's a side effect. But it's all about what you give and take. And it's a beautiful experience. And I see nothing but positive change coming for you and growth this year. I'm going to pull one more card and see what we get. Just one more. And I'm shuffling it up a little bit. And, no, that's fascinating. It's the Hermit. That means somebody will be appearing this year to maybe guide you and help you along to the next step. Look for a mentor. Look for somebody who can lead you along. This is going to be a year for you of discovery and growth. I no doubt about it from these cards. So keep me posted. I find this exciting. I'd like to know how it goes. Lisa, you there? Alyssa, you there? Was that Alyssa? Yes. Lisa. Okay. Well, here's what we do. I will. I think we lost our singer. We lost our vocalist. But we're going to go now to Joanna in Atlanta, Georgia. Hi, Joanna. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Yes, hi.
Hi, Joanna. How are you doing tonight?
I'm good, thank you.
Great. What can I look at for you?
I was calling about love and relationships.
Okay, it's nice when those two go together. You know, it's they don't always. We know that. They're many relationships. We've all seen those relationships where we figure, what are they doing to each other?
Exactly.
Let's see what happens. I have known. I have. It's one of the strangest things in the world. I witnessed. There was a couple I used to work with who despised each other, hated each other. I could never even read their cards after a while because all the cards I always got for them were sword cards. They were always fighting. They were always at each other's throats. So yeah, well, something out of it. There was something else. So let's see, what do we have here? Okay, now this is a fascinating card. These are a fascinating sequence of cards here. The first card is one of the nastiest looking cards in the deck, but it's a good card. And that is, I know that's a value judgment, but I take it from me because I'm an expert. the 10 of It's the 10 of Swords. That's the card that shows a person lying face down in the mud with 10 swords in her back. Now that means the worst is over. You know, that doesn't mean death or anything horrible like that. It means that life has thrown a lot of bad stuff at you, but you survived and you're going to get up and it's going to be fine. Did you recently have like a bad relationship or something?
Well, it was it's kind of hard to explain. It wasn't a bad relationship. It was like two damaged people dating each other.
Oh, boy, tell me about it. Yeah.
Good relation. We were good people, but we've been through so much. And so someone decided to walk out of it, which was my ex.
Well, I can sure relate to that because I've been there. I've been there. You know, it's like, I used to be that guy who can walk into a room and find exactly the one person who was right there to fit in with what was wrong with me.
Oh, wow. Wow.
We work on that. We work on growing. And so this is a good card in that case because this is saying the worst is over. No, that's good. That's growth. That shows that you're getting better. Now, here's the good news is there's a relationship coming for you. I'll tell you how I know. There's a tower struck by lightning is the card here, and that means something happening totally unexpectedly out of the blue. The next card is the Four of Rods, which is about a happy home and happiness. And the next card is the Knight of Cups, and the Knight with a K, like like Don Quixote. The Knights are about the appearance of something new. It's not yet fully taken form, So it can be volatile. It can be up and down, but it's the beginning of something. And the cups are about relationships and emotion and happiness. So it's telling me that you are going to get into something with somebody really soon. You're going to find somebody really soon. And the net result is going to be happiness. But it's going to take a little bit of work to get to that point because it's new. You know how things are when it's new.
Yeah.
That whole myth about the two eyes, the sets of eyes meeting across a room at a party, and then you live happily ever after. Forget that. I mean, if that was real, we wouldn't be paying money to see it in movies. We would just be living it.
Yeah, exactly.
But you do have a new relationship coming this year, and it's going to come. It's going to appear when you don't expect it at all. It's going to come out of nowhere. Now, I would say keep an eye out for that, but you won't have to. You'll know it when it happens.
Mm-hmm. It's not going to be anywhere at work.
Well, let me see. There are definitely cards for that. Let me just shuffle it up and see what I get.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm getting, loosely speaking, yeah. I mean, this might be me stretching it a bit, but one of the cards I have is the 5 of rods. And that's the rods are definitely about work and career, and it's about stiff competition. So I'm going to interpret that in light of your question. That yes, it looks like it could be coming out of somebody at work, but somebody who other people are interested in also. However, the cards before that one, the cards before that one are say it's all on your side. The World is the card of assured success, and the 2 of Cups is the card that means a new relationship is coming. The only reason I'm going to say there's a strong possibility that it'll be through work is because the 5 of Rods is a card about work. And the tarot cards speak that way sometimes. But there's every indication here that there's definitely a new relationship. Look, I got another one here, the Page of Cups. Pages and the Knight and the Page that covers the whole gamut of the court cards. Here's the Lover's card. You are really, there is a relationship coming for you this year, soon.
Oh my God.
Maybe.
Okay.
Again, here's the King of Cups. You've got all these court cards. That means, the thing, let me tell you why that's important. The court cards are evolving. It starts with the Knight, and then it goes to the Queen, and then it goes to the King, and then it goes to the Page. And at each step along the way, it solidifies whatever it is. Like if it's coins, it's the money. If it's rods, it's about work. Well, these are all cups. So you have 3 of the 4 cup cards. So you go from the Knight to the King to the Page. And that's telling me that this is a dynamic, growing relationship that is going to settle in, and it's going to, it's not going to be like a flash in the pan kind of thing. I think that you're headed for a serious relationship this year, and you both are going to be doing the work needed to make it grow. You're going to take it from the stage of the beginning, which is the Knight, into the King and into the Page, which is the earthly. It's the solidifying of it all. This is very good. Remember, the main thing here is that the worst is over. There's a new relationship that's going to come suddenly. It very likely will come from your workplace. And there's a great measure of success involved in it for you. And you're both ready for this because you're going to do the work. You're going to put the work in for it.
Wow.
Here, this is good. One more card here, Cups. This may be more to the point than the one about work. This is the 3 of Cups. And the 3 of Cups has an implication of something happening through your friends. So it's going to be somebody you'll meet through people you know.
Interesting.
Okay? And there's also, that implies success too. 3s are completion in tarot. That implies success. So you'll know it when it comes, and I think you're going to have a great time with that because the main thing to me is that first card, the 10 of Swords. The worst is over, and you're moving into a really good time. 2020 is going to be a good year for you romantically and emotionally, and it's going to be beautiful for you. Keep me posted. And by the way, I haven't given out my email yet, so I might as well let you know and let everybody who's listening in know that anybody can contact me or update me on anything that we've had a reading about at asktarot@earthlink.net, ASKTAROT. earthlink.net, or there's a contact form at my website, or you can reach me through Ask One Radio. You can do an internet search for Reverend Elliot's Magical Window. I'm the easiest person to find. I would be the world's worst fugitive. So I'm out there. I just shuffled them up a little bit, and I pulled another card, and it's the Two of Cups again. That's the card of a new relationship coming. Yep, it's coming. It's definitely coming.
It's confirmation. Wow.
Yeah. I'm not even going to use any of those standard card reading cop-outs that say, I seem to see that perhaps no, this is real. This is coming. This is definitely coming your way. So keep me posted, okay?
I sure will.
Okay, thanks for calling.
Yes, thank you so much.
Bye-bye now. And we'll shuffle them up again. Again, you're listening to Reverend Elliot's Magical Window. Now, if you can't get through tonight, and most people who want to get through can't get through because we have a limited time span here, and of course there are people who don't want to get through. They want a reading, but they don't want a few million people listening, so that's cool too. You can just contact me at asktarot@earthlink.net. If you didn't get through and you wanted to, or you didn't want to, just drop me a line at asktarot@earthlink.net. I'm happy to do a free consultation for Ask One Radio listeners. Just put that in the subject line, free consultation, or free, or whatever you want. Just remind me that that's what it was. It's the free consultation offer. I usually charge $20, $25 for a consultation, which I really don't expect to pay anyone to pay, because I do that just to keep away the curiosity seekers who will jump at anything that's free. But I don't. You guys are not like that. I know that if you're listening to Ask One Radio and all the great shows here, that you're very serious about this. So that's my gift back to the people who listen, is a free consultation just for Ask One Radio listeners. We do it by email. It's very simple. I pull a few cards and I send you a detailed report on them, and 99 times out of 100, that's it. That's all you need. I mean, a lot of people think that I'm going to do that as a come-on and then charge you $4,822 for a full reading, which of course is ludicrous. I don't do that anyway. I never go above $3,000. You'll see. You go to magic-works.com, magic-works.com. You'll see the price list there. My readings are really affordable. I do not do this for the money. It's just, there's no way around that. So these things are all flexible. But no, the free reading, the free consultation I offer is not a come-on. Most people get their question answered completely and fully with just a few cards. And I'm always happy to do that because, hey, it just doesn't cost me anything. So why should I bleed people for every penny there is in the world? It's not what life is about. I used to tell, this is fascinating. I don't even remember if I wrote this up in one of my books, but I used to tell people, and I'm going back years, I came up with this idea years ago, that of all the things people need in the world to survive, money is probably the easiest thing to get. And I did a test for that. I walked down a busy street here in New York City. I walked along Central Park West, and I asked people for money. This was a long time ago. And I got money, people gave me money. People gave me, a buck here, a quarter there, they gave me some money. No sweat. I just said, listen, can you spare some money? Now, the next day, I went to the same spot at the same time of day, and I walked along there, and I asked random people on the street if they would just spend a couple of minutes to listen to me. They really would like to have somebody listen to me. And nobody cared. So you see, what is more important? Is it getting a few dollars or getting somebody to listen to you and understand you and connecting with a person? That's what it's all about. That's what communication is about. And that's why I'm here. Almost everything I've ever done in my life in terms of career work has been about communication. Looking back over my long life, I see that I've been involved. One of the very first jobs I ever had as an adult was writing copy for a local news station, a local television station for the news. So there you go. I'm intimately familiar with how TV news operates, folks. So this is why I don't bother with it. That's a whole different thing. We can talk about that for years and years and years, but that is way off the subject. Anybody wants to get into a discussion about that, contact me. I'll be more than happy to talk to you about it. Let's get in a couple more calls here. Joanna in Westminster, California is next. Hi, Joanna. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight, Joanna?
Good. Thank you for taking my call.
Hey, that's what I'm here for.
I
What
can ask any questions.
Go ahead.
I can ask any question.
Oh yeah, sure. Just don't ask me what the capital of. Don't ask me what the capital of Nebraska is. You know, that's.
I wanted to ask kind of a hard question. I was wondering if my husband was cheating on me.
Okay. Let's see. Well, first of all, you do have suspicions, or you wouldn't be asking the question. That there are definite cards for that. Let's take a look. Now, I'm going to shuffle them up and see what we get. Well, I'm really reluctant to get into that because the first card I've got here is the Five of Swords, and the Five of Swords is about a person who is not being very fair, is cheating in a sense. You know, the Five of Swords is about a person who is not treating you properly, who is not being truthful. We have very limited time here, so I don't want to. I can't give you a definitive answer, but that is exactly the card that hits what you think is going on. So I want to be very cautious about that, because either I am, and then I'll tell you why I'm doing this. Either I'm picking up what's going on, or I'm picking up what your fear is going on. Now, let me tell you, there are two cards that I would look for if a person is in a relationship and is being treated unfairly, and the person is cheating. And one of them is the Five of Swords, and the other is the Seven of Swords, and I got both of those cards for you. So it's looking like yes, but, and I have to stress this but, this is not the kind of thing that I can definitively answer for you without a long reading. I mean, a full reading. I'm not trying to sell you a full reading here. You know, I'll be happy to pull a few more cards for you. But so far, it's looking like you're right here. The next card I have is the Justice card, which means that, you know, when the Justice card turns up, it usually means something is going to happen in a courtroom. You know, so I'm trying to be as delicate about this as I can, because, like I said, this is an extremely short reading, and I wouldn't ask you to take any action on what these cards are saying. Just consider them, you know, because don't take any action unless we do like a really long reading together. And even then, I would say you should, you know, take measures to verify and find out, because I'm either picking up what you fear or what he's doing.
Okay.
You know, but what I'm getting here now is not good news, you know, in that sense. This is the Five of Swords is a card of defeat, and it's usually defeat that's because of duplicity. The Seven of Swords, that's a lot of decks. It shows a person tiptoeing around taking something that's not theirs, so you can see what the symbolism is. But this is like I said, this is not definitive. You know, I can't go into it in a way other than this right now. I hope you understand what I'm saying. I'm not trying to cop out here, but I see that your concerns are genuine. Let's put it that way. Okay. I just don't want you to take this as like complete confirmation, because I can't do that with these short readings. Yet I'm gonna tell you that it's something to consider. I mean, what I would do in a full reading is I would take a lot of time with this, and I would look at you, and then I would look at your husband, and then I would look at the relationship. You know, and I just don't want to give you any information that you would act on that is premature. Okay?
Right.
You know, but nevertheless, I can't deny the appearance of those two cards, which are exactly the two cards that tell me that there is, I'm going to put it this way, a strong possibility that that is what's going on, that the person is cheating on you. I can't escape that. I can't paint that any other way except to say that it requires a lot more. Now, this is not me pitching to sell you anything, because this might mean you need to check out other things yourself, investigate it yourself in any way that you can, check with friends, check with a lawyer who may know somebody, I don't want to get dramatic here, but it may be time for to hire somebody to investigate and to look into it, that kind of stuff. But the thing that concerns me is that I'm not getting anything opposite what you're afraid of and what you're concerned. And afraid isn't the right word. What you think may be happening, because to even ask that question, you must be picking up some pretty solid signals, right?
Right.
And I'm very sensitive to that too, because I went through that in a marriage one time, a very brief marriage, like a training marriage, and sometimes these signs are not very subtle.
Right.
So
I don't have proof.
Right. And that's proof is exactly the word I think I'm dancing around. I don't want you to take this as proof, because there are so many ways that this needs to be verified. When we deal with cards, we're dealing with feelings, and we're dealing with stuff. So like I said, I'm either picking up your feelings or I'm picking up what's happening. But in either case, I'm not getting anything contradicting it. You see, because here's another, the Three of Swords. These sword cards are not good. They're about strife in this sense. That the Nine of Swords is a card of sorrow and sadness. And so this is hurting you. There's no doubt about it. Here's the Six of Swords. Again, the sword cards indicate that there's trouble in the relationship. That's clear. The Three of Swords. Look, I keep getting sword cards for you. These are the saddest of the cards. The Three of Swords. And the Nine of Swords. So you're not in a happy place right now, obviously. So I may be picking up more about what is on your mind than what is actually happening, and that's why I would urge you to, if you're not going to get a fuller reading with me, find somebody maybe who can help you out with that. There may be somebody locally who does this kind of stuff, or check with friends and a lawyer, because there's definitely something going on here. And it's not the best of things going on. The main thing is, I don't believe that what you're feeling is in your imagination. Let's put it that way.
Okay.
In fact, the Justice card, which I told you is here, that also has two swords on it. So there's a lot of strife and tension here. Now, this is the part that I hate. I've got to go because the show's over. I got a little over a minute left. So I want you, if you feel comfortable with it, contact me. AskTarot@earthlink.net is my email, and I'll pull a few more cards for you. But mostly, no charge. We'll just continue this reading a little bit and take a little bit of a deeper look. But if you want to use cards to work out the situation, take a look at it, which I do recommend, you're going to need a very in-depth look, because this is serious. This is heavy stuff. Okay, so I've got to run now, but I will keep an eye out for your email.
What's your email again?
AskTarot, AskTarot @earthlink.net.
Okay.
And you can find me. There's a contact page at magic-works.com, and that's magic with a CK at the end. It's easy to contact me, so do that, because I hate to just slap this on you and then run, So do that, and maybe we can pull a little bit more out of it. But I got to go. I've got like 30 seconds left, so I will hopefully hear from you. Bye.
All right, thank you.
Yeah. And that's it, folks. That's it. We just ran through the hour. Wow, that was so fast. So remember, magic-works.com, magic-works.com, if you want to see more about what I do, and mojoacademy.org. There is a book there that will change your life. Please check those out. We'll talk more about that next week. Got to run now. Bye-bye.